We can gather outside for the family picture. The request just went to there. They are going to join.
Sorry. Good morning, Your Excellency, Madam Director General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues and friends. It's my pleasure to be opening this special meeting of the Nizami Ganjavi Center about the future of multilateralism and all the implications thereof. We are greatly honored to have with us this morning the Director General of the United Nations Office at Geneva, Madame Tatiana Valovaya, and we look forward to hearing her introductory remarks. We're very glad and honored to have you with us, Madam.
Thank you very much. And the pleasure is mine and the honor is mine, because it has become a great tradition for United Nations office here in Geneva to welcome you for this special meeting, for this special event at the beginning of every year. And I really think that starting the new year with hosting these very important discussions with so many outstanding statesmen and stateswomen with so many outstanding minds, it's really very great opportunity for multilateral system here in Geneva to have an exchange with you and to try to find the solutions to the current global challenges. Unfortunately, we're living in the world of cascading challenges. The year 2023 was a very difficult year because all the existing conflicts, all the existing humanitarian tragedies, all the existing challenges to the humanity, including conflicts and military conflicts, including Ukraine, including other parts of the world, they unfortunately remained with us without solutions. But the new conflicts appeared, and the current tragic situation in Middle East is another example that solutions can be found only within the multilateral system. Without all the member states working together, we can't find the solution. But we also saw during 2023 that the multilateral system is in dire need of transformation. And Secretary General of the United Nations was very, very transparent for many years when he was speaking about necessity to rethink multilateralism, to make multilateralism fit for purpose, fit for 21st century, to make multilateralism inclusive and networking and effective. And when we are talking about inclusive multilateralism, there are many ingredients to this view. First and foremost, of course, we have to understand that we are living in the world where the voices of all the nations, of all the member states of the United Nations are equal and have to be heard and have to be taken into account. But at the same time, we understand that governments, states are no longer the only actors in the international arena. We have civil society, we have non-governmental organizations, we have academia, we have private sector, we have young people, and without all of us working together, we can't find the solutions. That's why for us it's so important as the United Nations to work with Nizami Ganzavishek Center, to work with all of you, exactly to try to see how all of us can think about better solutions for the current problems. And when I look at the agenda of your meetings here in Geneva, I'm really very pleased to see that you are planning to have discussions exactly on the issues which are the key priority for the United Nations in 2024. You are going to speak about the preparation and the road to the summit of the future. For us, it's the key event of 2024. It's the key event which is also might be leading to our better understanding of the lessons learned by our multilateral system over the last practically 80 years. Because we all understand that multilateral system has to be reshaped with each great transformation of the humanity. Initially, multilateral system, how we perceive it now, multilateral organization, was established practically here in Geneva with the League of Nations. But then, after the Second World War, after the lessons learned after the Second World War, it was reshaped to the United Nations. Now, we're witnessing the most tense geopolitical conflicts since the Second World War. We see the crisis in all spheres of our activities. That's why we have to reshape this system once again. And I'm very pleased that one of your sections you're going to have is about the global governance. But global governance is a key, but not the only part of our reshaping the multilateral system. We have to talk about transformation of the financial system. And I'm very pleased that I see one of the panels you're going to have. It's about financing sustainable development goals. For us, the United Nations is the key issue. And here in Geneva, we have our special instruments, including Building Bridges Week. We hold here every year where we exactly discuss the situation, how we can build a bridge between financial community, those who have financial resources, and developing world, developing countries who really need financial resources. It's enough to say that, well, practically 3.3 billion of people in the world, they live in the countries which spend more on debt payments than on health or education. Also, of course, we have to talk about peace and new agenda for peace, which was presented by Secretary General last year. Key issue these days. And maybe that's exactly when you have such a difficult geopolitical situation, where you have more and more military conflicts. It's time really to make decisive measures. Of course, climate change remains here with us, and 2023, now it's official, was declared the hottest year of the human history. We have to talk about the challenges of modern technologies and many, many, many other issues. But as I said at the beginning, for us, it's very, very important to listen to diversity of views and really to be as inclusive as we can. Yesterday, I had the pleasure to open another very symbolic event here in the Palais des Nations. Every year at the beginning, we have a very interesting event for 700 young girls and boys from schools, from 40 schools in 22 countries, who come here for United Nations model every year. And we listen to them. We listen to these very young boys and girls, listen to their vision and their voices. And the next day, we want to listen to your voices, the voices of people who have fantastic experience, who have really wisdom you can share with us and help us really working together for the current generation of politicians, of those who work for the United Nations, for the countries, to find the solution. So once again, thank you for coming. I'm really humbled to honor all of you here. And as always, we are looking forward to your discussions, and hopefully that will help us to have the summit of the future, to have the pact on the future, and to have a vision for the transformation of a multilateral system. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Director General. Thank you for these words of introduction. May I now pass the floor to my friend Tarja Halonen, an extremely popular former president of Finland and a person extremely engaged in a variety of concerns across the world. I remember thinking about meeting her at some meeting, and I was told, oh, but she's gone to Cabo Verde. She's not available for some meeting in Europe. Tarja has been, just like her country, Finland, has been engaged in supporting a great variety of United Nations programs. I pass the floor to you, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Vaira. You are always very... Okay. So thank you very much, Vaira. You are always very friendly for us. But ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, it is, of course, for all of us a great pleasure to participate at this high-level event on the future of multilateralism. Since the declaration on the commemoration of the 75th anniversary of the United Nations in 2020, member states have been calling for the upgrading of the UN to effectively respond to the challenges of today and tomorrow. This year, we have a great opportunity to be ambitious. With the Summit for the Future in September, there is a real chance for a new direction for multilateral cooperation. And we have 4 reasons for that achievement. The world is facing multiple and interconnected crises that require stronger and more effective international cooperation. Traditional challenges have not disappeared, and the new risks are rising. The 3 pillars of the UN are sustainable development, human rights and humanitarian issues, and peace and security. United Nations member states have agreed to pursue a sustainable future and to leave no one behind. Agenda 2030 is truly our blueprint for a better, more secure and healthy planet. As you all remember, we are now at a halfway point in the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. It is clear that we are lagging behind on the implementation. I believe that the policy briefs issued by UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres provide an excellent basis how to tackle the obstacles and take forward solutions to more effectively deliver for the people and the planet. This meeting will give us possibility to discuss the issues vital for the Summit of Future. So let me raise some key points I see important. First, I see important to reaffirm shared objectives and principles. No country can meet the present challenges alone, not even the biggest ones. We need unity and cooperation. Secondly, the current system is not providing the holistic responses to address the multidimensionality and interconnectedness of the crisis we experience today. We must think big and across the silos and for the more interconnected and more efficient ways of responding to traditional threats, but also to non-military threats. It's good to remind when we have all these wars. We must also ensure more effective cooperation between state and non-state actors, as it has already mentioned. The COVID-19 pandemic and accelerating climate and environmental crises are examples of the complex challenges we are currently facing. The impact of the pandemic was particularly severe on the world's poorest and the most vulnerable. The pandemic has significantly affected efforts to combat poverty, inequality, and it stored and put many health-related indicators off track. So climate change is one of the most important challenges for sustainable development. It strengthens and it is connected with many other sustainability problems such as poverty and inequality. Climate events can threaten the very foundations of human life. Thirdly, the shifting world order. Geopolitical divisions and polarization are growing. We are experiencing the highest number of violent conflicts since the Second World War. 1/4 of the humanity, 2 billion people, are living in conflict areas today. War has also returned to Europe with the Russian invasion in Ukraine. In the Middle East, war has to lead a massive number of civilian casualties and risk widening throughout the region. It must be remembered that United Nations has not only endured, but it has remained the very center of multilateral system. We need investments to conflict prevention and peace building. We also need to adjust the organization to a more fragmented geopolitical landscape to better reflect today's world. So, and then finally, we need more human resources. I would like to highlight that achieving gender equality is absolutely one of the keys to a sustainable future. I'm very happy that UN Secretary General has instructed the United Nations system, its support the member states in preparing for a summit of the future must reflect the commitment to gender equality and women's rights. Gender equality is right for the individual, but it's also very beneficial for the society as a whole, as we know. We simply do better with the participation and insights of the whole humanity. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, President Hallman, for this quite succinct and comprehensive overview of where we stand and the important role that the United Nations continues to play in world affairs, as well as the summit of the future, which hopefully will give us some new avenues for improving the situations as they stand today. I then now pass on the floor to Dr. Ismail Sergeldin, my co-chair and colleague for many years together, an erudite man with great experience, both in science and in finance and everything one can think of. Ismail, the floor is yours.
I think this is, yeah, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we live in troubled times where the big powers brazenly ignore the overwhelming positions of the international community as expressed in landslide votes in the United Nations General Assembly. Whether it be Russia in Ukraine or the US, Israel in Gaza, the powerful say we are going to continue what we do, whatever the international community thinks. And that, of course, is a big challenge on how to deal with it. But it's not the biggest challenge because we also have conditions of hunger, poverty, and inequality, including gender inequality, that have worsened in the last few years. And thus the UN Secretary General has called for a summit for the future to be held in New York in September. And we have gathered here to reflect and elucidate the various issues that this summit should address. We've identified 6 broad topics that we intend to address through the upcoming panel discussions. The universally adopted Sustainable Development Goals have set the agenda for global action from 2015 to 2030. But our advance on that path has been significantly hindered by the COVID-19 pandemic and resulting economic policies. The situation of climate change shows that we are not on a path that can keep global warming under 1.5 degrees by 2100, or even 2 degrees may be slipping through our fingers. We must address the needs of mitigation along with adaptation and resilience in this existential challenge. And this would require investing trillions of dollars per year for several decades. However, not making these investments is likely to cause much larger economic losses and devastation and miseries on an unprecedented scale. So we must find the means to finance the implementation of the SDGs. But these global SDGs and their financing require an effective and nimble system of global governance. And thus, as President Halona has said, and Madame Balaba has said, we need to rethink global governance with the UN at the center and the Bretton Woods system governing the financial system. And remember, they were designed some 80 years ago, in a very different world. Reforms should focus on inclusivity in decision-making, particularly in the UN Security Council and the financial bodies like the IMF and the World Bank. Other priorities include leadership, diversity, transparency, accountability, anti-corruption efforts, and institutions must address modern challenges like climate change, cybersecurity, global health, income inequality, and artificial intelligence and other technologies. Enhancing multilateralism, respecting sovereignty, and involving civil societies and NGOs are crucial for these institutions' effectiveness in promoting both global peace and sustainable development. Looking at wars, not just those in Ukraine and Gaza, but also the many conflicts that the media do not mention, underscores the urgency of a new peace agenda that focuses on diplomacy, addressing inequality, good governance, economic development to tackle conflicts' roots, adhering to international law and human rights with accountability for violations, and prioritizing humanitarian needs with safe aid corridors are crucial. And efforts should include early warning systems, conflict prevention, post-conflict rebuilding, and sustainable development, necessitating global collaboration across nations, international bodies, civil society, and the private sector. And in that, we have learned much about our campaign for health for all. For the COVID pandemic has brought to light several key lessons, emphasizing the need for global collaboration and the necessity of international cooperation and necessity of collaboration, particularly in strengthening the World Health Organization for effective response to global health threats. Treatments should be for all who need them, not only for those who can afford to buy them. Leaving no one behind, as Madam President said, requires reducing global health and education disparities as we tackle poverty and inequality and support the vulnerable and empower the marginalized. All that while considering the rights of future generations to ensure a sustainable, fair, and just world. Our children are entitled to clean air, clean water, and fertile soils, as well as a temperate climate. Now, the scientific breakthroughs are coming fast. Artificial intelligence, AI, presents both transformative possibilities and risks, including fake media creation that could affect elections, as well as military applications that could be lethal. Mitigating these risks necessitates ethical practices, regulations, and technology for media verification. AI's potential to widen the digital divide is also significant. It could exacerbate inequality if primarily accessible for the wealthy. Conversely, its fair use in healthcare and education can reduce this divide. Indeed, it is compelling that we cover all these topics in the next 2 days. I believe we have set out an important, exciting agenda, and I look forward to our productive discussions from which I'm sure I will learn a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sergeldin. We have now a presentation from our friend Boris Tadic, President of Serbia from 2004 to 2012, a country that remains of great interest both to its neighbors to the east and its neighbors to the north and south and the west. President Tadic, the microphone and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Vaira. Thank you, dear friends, for having the opportunity to participate on this forum, which is happening in the extremely exciting and the conflicting period of the history of mankind. And we all agree that we are living in totally unpredictable and very dangerous period of this history. And for historians, this is very interesting time. But for the current leaders, this is extremely difficult period of our common history. And we all agree that the reform of the multilateral system is our common need. And we all agree that we have to work on that as soon as possible because the current system is not functioning anymore. But my question is, in such circumstances, who is going to reform the multilateral system? Who has to do that? I mean, we know that the big powers are always in charge for such work and such global projects, but we have so opposed the global power right now, and I'm not sure that they are even able to talk about simple things and how we can imagine them to talk about such complex issue, which is a reforming multilateral system and system of United Nations. They are not talking to each other. I mean, they are going to be far and far from each other, and they are opposing to each other in every single issue which is affecting current world, but how they can come together in one room and to discuss issues of the multilateralism and the reforming of United Nations system, for example. First of all, I think that we have to rethink philosophy of multilateralism, what is foundation and basically which kind of principles we have to discuss regarding multilateralism in the future. I mean, we are living in a different world. Things are changing. We have the new economic and the military powers. We have a new situation in the global arena. And only 20 years ago, we couldn't imagine China is going to be such a powerful and a significant player in the international arena. And nowadays we have to imagine which is going to be role of the new powers in the future. In that context, we have to think about reforming multilateral system by predicting new situation in next 10 and 20 years. I mean, India is going to be inevitable player for sure. And India is going to be one of the crucial economic power, but also military power in next 20 years. But nowadays we are not even considering India as such important country. We are not even mentioning India in terms of changing multilateral system in the world nowadays. We are thinking about Russia and we are thinking about United States, now also China. But we see it regarding conflict in the Middle East and Ukraine, that those powers are so opposed and they are not able to talk about current problems that are affecting the whole world. I think that we cannot think about serious reforming of multilateralism without solving problem and conflict in Ukraine and the Middle East. If that is reality in which we have to think about reforming multilateralism, we have to ask ourselves how we are imagining solution for the current conflict. Are we able even to define the current characteristics of the conflict and the possible solutions in Ukraine? I'm not sure that two opposed sides are even able to define the possible solution right now, to imagine what can be the solution for the current situation in Ukraine. I mean, two sides are becoming so stable in the conflicting zones. We have a front which is defined. Finally, we have a Ukraine which is intending to expel from its own territory Russian troops, and we have a Russian troops that are not going to leave such territory. And in these circumstances, it's very difficult even to imagine a peaceful solution. But without peaceful solution and a kind of agreement between Ukraine and Russia, we cannot even think about reforming multilateralism in reality. This is what I think right now. We are talking about very different topics. We are talking about future of the world. We are talking about the need for the new financing pact for the implementation of SDG. We are talking about a digital compact and new technologies and artificial intelligence. We are talking about the health system for all. But can you imagine right now the world affected by new virus, new pandemic? We had such experience a few years ago, and that was a period before conflict in Ukraine and the Middle East. And even in that time, we didn't have a cooperation between the health systems and the scientific institutions coming from the big powers. We had a more competition than cooperation. Can you imagine nowadays a world affected by pandemic during the conflict in Ukraine? Maybe, but that would be possible development of the situation, and which is bringing together big powers and to understand, to wake up from the current situation and to think seriously about possible solution for such pandemic that can affect the world. But I'm afraid that in the current situation where we are so divided, we are not able to think together about virus, which is our common enemy, and the pandemic that can come in the future. In that context, I think if we are thinking realistically, we have to think firstly about solving existing conflicts, and after that to think about restructuring and reforming multilateral system in the world. Otherwise, we are going to waste time and we are not going to be efficient enough. But situation is so dangerous, and I'm finishing with that we cannot be really optimistic right now regarding current situation. This is reality in which we are living, and we have to be more focused on trying to solve the conflict that existing right now. Yesterday during the dinner, I tried to mention some possible solutions right now. What can be solution for the war in Ukraine? What can be solution for the conflict in Gaza? As Vaira have said, I'm coming from Serbia, from the Balkans, which was involved in a horrible and terrible conflict between very close people with this almost same DNA, with the same language, same culture. The conflict was horrible. And the multilateral institutions have been trying to contribute to the peaceful solutions during our horrible period of our history. But I'm not sure that even in that time, the credibility of multilateral institutions was once again confirmed, because even today we have a division as an outcome of the decision of multilateral institutions, ICC and ICG. In Yugoslavia, former Yugoslavian countries, we have a big and significant division regarding, was it the genocide in Srebrenica or not? And nowadays I'm coming here and I hear from the CNN that is going to be new process in the court regarding, in the Court of United Nations regarding possible genocide in Gaza. Is the solution of the court is going to bring kind of peaceful process, or a solution of the court is going to be new conflicting period of the history? This is what I'm asking ourselves. The very, very difficult situation we have right now, but we don't have alternative. We have to think about multilateralism, otherwise we are going to be in a bigger trouble.
Thank you, President Tadic. It now is my duty to wrap up this morning's opening session. And may I present to you some thoughts for consideration. We started, as Boris pointed out, we started our debates already last night at dinner. This morning, we have heard some very succinct and serious outlines of the main challenges that multilateralism faces in the future. And I'd like to raise the question of why is it that in its 75 years and more of existence, why do the bodies of an international nature only achieve so much and then they reach some kind of wall? It's not a glass wall, it's a brick wall, and they cannot progress, they cannot go further. I would submit for your consideration, just for the sake of argument, that the depth of the problem is greater than we realized. And I think Boris has been pointing out that we are faced with really, really serious problems. Why is it that intelligent people from across the world gather together, be it in Geneva or in New York, are able to solicit, as Madam Director General pointed out, the best minds and the experts from across the world in terms of posing the diagnosis of what it is that ails our planet, what it is that ails humanity and our human societies. Then we look back to the structures of governance of different countries, the structures of governance of the multilateral organizations themselves. If we take the United Nations, we realize that here is an organization that was founded under very specific historical circumstances. The end of the disastrous Second World War, with its untold millions of victims and people falling at the battleground, being deliberately murdered in gas chambers, being killed in air raids that go on for weeks and months on end. The desire to escape from that was the main impetus for creating the United Nations. Nevertheless, when you look at its structure, we realize that it's the winners of the Second World War, winner take all, definitely being the principle for this institution being created. The winners of the Second World War were put in a privileged position, having veto powers in a Security Council. And from then on, we have been faced with a bilateral world. And no matter how much people say that at some point the bilaterality disappeared and we had unilaterality, that is an illusion. There has never been a unilateral world, and I hope there never will be, in that sense that some people understand it. A unilateral world in the sense that we will actually be able to be humane, human beings, one to another, a nation to another, to behave in a human way, then we could happily embrace something that we would call unilaterality. But basically, the concern about having two wings of opposing ideologies and opposing points of view is built into the very structure of the United Nations. It's just like in a court of law, when you have an opposition between the parties, the defendant and the accuser. Whereas we know, for instance, in marital law, it was a great discovery when in marital law, judges would say, why don't the parties actually have debates and discuss with each other instead of going out and having a court case? Well, these examples have led many to say that all the conflicts that Boris was mentioning, sooner or later, they will have to end up at the discussion table, and one would need to come to a verbal agreement. And I'd like to point out to you that this is a pious hope, but for the success of which I have very little conviction that it will bring a result. The reason being the following. When we have a debate or a dialogue or negotiation between two sides, we implicitly assume that the other side is like us. We imagine it's a reflex, it's a human reflex. If I am a reasonable human being, able to weigh arguments for and contra, and deciding possibly a compromise between two opposing views and so forth, I take it for granted, but then my opposing partner is equally rational and equally full of goodwill. But that simply is not the case in most cases of conflict. I think the Israel-Gaza situation and the Ukraine-Russia situation is a really iconic example of the impossibility of bringing together by this debate points of view that assume the postulates that are entirely different. If Hamas attacks Israel with the idea that Allah will be pleased for every Jew that is being killed, then there's no room for discussion about how it can cohabit with Israel. If Israel feels that it must destroy Hamas before it can actually engage with Palestinians, then there's no hope for any kind of two-state solution and a possibility of living together. When Russia declares that it is simply having military exercises and has no intention of attacking Ukraine, and then marches in with all its armies and its tanks the next morning, or when it continues to say that we are not attacking anybody, but we are being attacked or being threatened with attack, which is complete nonsense, then it's clear that having a debate with such a partner is going to be difficult. If I may give you a little anecdote in terms of what it means to have a partner with whom you can engage, is my very first meeting with President Putin early in his mandate. I was elected as president of a parliamentary republic of Latvia, as a tiny country next to a very large one, in 1999. President Putin's candidacy for the presidency of the Russian Federation was announced by President Yeltsin at his New Year's Eve speech of the year 2000. We had, I got a signal from the Kremlin to have a meeting on neutral ground in Austria to discuss with President Putin how my country, Latvia, could improve its relations with Russia, which had not been very happy, to be quite blunt about it, about the independence of the three Baltic countries, mine included. So I was told that we could meet and have a private discussion, very discreet, without the press being present and any interference, if you like, a very free and open and friendly debate. Well, the friendly debate started like this. President Putin was in a little village, St. Christoph in Austria, and the Russian side announced that Latvia, in my person, could come with one security officer, no more, and that I should come alone. Well, I said, sorry, I really cannot do that because I need to have somebody from my chancellery and I need somebody from the foreign ministry. I cannot have bilateral meetings as president. I might be accused of treason or something like that. So we arrive in St. Christoph and we barely get a room because President Putin is there with 117 security officers, whereas I've been told that I should have one. Well, that was to sort of remind the difference in size of our two countries. Then we were told that we were going to have a friendly dinner and there was no agenda, no documents, no talking points, just getting to know each other and establish friendly relations. So of course we arrive and we expect for the friendly dinner to be announced at 8 o'clock. At 8 o'clock we are told that it's not going to be a dinner, but an official bilateral meeting. As for dinner, it turns out that at 8 o'clock, the little sort of mountain resort hotel that we are staying at, the dining room closes at 8 o'clock, and therefore we will go without food that evening. And just then and there, I, as a psychologist, I say to myself, now here is somebody who's trying to send messages of an indirect kind, but we will be patient, we'll accept it. We sit down at the table, no agenda and no documents. I arrive, as the French say, comme une fleur, like a flower, with nothing in my hands, because that was the idea. And then President Putin's assistant comes and puts in front of him a document pile this big, and he starts leafing through the document pile and complaining. Now, you are doing this to your Russian-speaking citizens, and this is unfair. I say, well, look, there is a difference between citizens and non-citizens. Clearly, for instance, I think in every country in the world, non-citizens have the right of residence, foreign residence, but you have to have citizenship in order to wait. But this is unfair that they don't have automatic citizenship. I said, well, no, everybody has to go through a process. When a country is recreated after 50 years of foreign occupation, you and so on. So we had this pile of documents, and I'm standing there with none at all. Well, if I may say so myself, I managed to hold my own as far as the debate was concerned. But my conclusion was, here is a partner in dialogue who absolutely cannot be trusted. Not only does everything he tells you, he intentionally makes it, he lies through his teeth to show you that I am the representative of a big country and you are just the representative of a small country, and I can do what I please and you just have to lump it. And I think that this is what we are, yesterday, even my friend Boris Tadic at dinner was saying, oh, well, if Russia decides and wins the war in Ukraine, of course, the next place where they're going to is going to be Latvia, and the Baltics cannot be defended. Boris, I'm sorry to contradict you, but the Baltics can be defended and they will be defended. But what I think the multilateral system has to recognize, that the lip service we pay to the fact that Madam Director General quite rightly reminded us the United Nations is made of nations and every nation is represented. And this implicit postulate for all international debate, the bigger you are, the more you have rights, and the smaller you are, the less you have. Among the many inequalities and problems that we have to solve that have been already alluded to at this table here, at this discussion table, and will be in the next day or two, I would draw your attention to the fact that big and small should be added to the list of prejudices that govern our debate, and that we have to accept that the rights of small nations, just as we accept the rights of the poor, of the technologically undeveloped, of women as against men, and so on and so forth, the North against the South, and you name every other kind of binarity. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, I conclude this morning's session. We will go on and we will have a coffee break, and we can debate about the binarities of our world and about the irrationality of the human being.
Say that about the countries cannot be defended.
Oh, you
May I ask you to sit down and the convener to bring in the people so that we are on time? Please take your seats. Yeah. So then move closer. Yeah. We should take her in the middle anyway. Sorry. What is wrong? Okay. Loud. It's too loud.
No, it's fine. It's fine now.
It's good now.
It's good now. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Presidents, Prime Ministers, Chancellor, please join us at the table. We would like to start. I was requested to manage this panel and to exactly keep the time. So I request each speaker not to exceed 15 minutes in the basic presentations so that we have some time to discuss, and allow me at the end to give me 5 to 8 minutes to do the summary. So let's proceed according to the list of the speakers put forward by the organizer, and I kindly ask Csaba Korosi, President of the 77th session of the United Nations Assembly, to start. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, in those 15 minutes, mic should be, is it on? So in those 15 minutes, I try to offer you some re-evaluation of some of the challenges and crises we are having related to SDGs and the sustainable transformation. That could help us answering a little bit better the questions of how to finance, what to finance, and who should finance it. Let's be quite frank, we have a major credibility problem today. Halfway through of the implementation period of the SDGs, the success of reaching the desired result might be there at 12 to 15% of the targets. and we are over 50% of the period. So you may ask, or anybody from our citizens may ask, that fine, the first half of the period is over, the second half is coming, what has changed? Why should I believe that the second half of the implementation period will be more target-oriented, more successful, and more purposeful? My second point is that we have a misperception that we have the goals, we have the roadmap, we have the implementation plan, we are just not doing it. Quite frankly, the SDGs and Agenda 2030 was a global vision. We never had an implementation plan. We never had a particular implementation plan designed for each and every country. When we designed the SDGs, we were on the conviction that the implementation plans will be developed by each and every country, each and every region, and it will be done according to the traditions, abilities, priorities, and possibilities of the given country, community, of the region. In most cases, it has not been done. The third, there is no agreed methodology yet of how to measure progress. We measure certain standalone parameters. We measure many standalone items by indicators. But if I ask you, can you give me the answer whether we are making progress on transformation? The honest answer is we don't know. Because we know a lot of details, but we don't see the system and we don't see the change of the system because we haven't created the system of measuring transformation. When we operate in our countries, in our regions, we all the time impact 5 types of capitals: human capital, social capital, natural capital, built capital, infrastructure, and financial capital, and we interchange them into one into another. We can relatively well measure how that interchange is going on from one to another, but we don't know the balance because we have no system of measuring the balance. Here on the second caveat, that when we do our projects, when we do our investments, we do our policies, during our operations, we create a lot of externalities, positive and negative externalities. My question to you would be, do we really measure all the big externalities that count? Now, unfortunately, we don't. We usually measure those what we deem important from the point of view of our policies. Thus, we create a lot of caveats, a lot of bubbles, with the hope that those bubbles can be left behind, and they will just stay there for the history. But the truth is that those bubbles tend to burst. Those bubbles, those debts, be them financial debts, be them social debts, demographic debts, debts in terms of natural capital, they will have to be paid by someone. If not by us, then by our children, or by another country, by another community. So as long as we don't have this methodology of how our actions are actually supporting or not supporting the sustainability transformation we agreed, our actions will not be as efficient as we would like to. It's interesting, in the goal 17, target 19, we created this expectation. It is called going beyond GDP. So it means that we expected at that time that the international community, with the science community in its forefront, will create the new methodology. But we still don't have it. We discussed it many times with SG Guterres. And he said first that, okay, fine, we can have it around 25, 26. And I told him that we are now getting prepared for an SDG summit. Do you think it will be credible if we say that, well, we are halfway through, but we still don't have the real methodology? And now, as a compromise, we agreed that this methodology should be created by the Summit of the Future. Now, as I see the preparations in New York and in some other platforms, this methodology will not be ready by September 2024. If we are lucky, there might be a marching order by September of this year to develop this methodology. In some other platforms, we are trying to work on it because it's absolutely essential that we understand what we measure, what we invest, what we do, what we impact, and what is the outcome. Another factor related to our difference between our expectations and the reality, how to finance it. And now let's put into brackets that if we don't measure, it's very difficult to predict finances. How to finance it. Again, a perceptional problem. In many countries, many communities, financing SDGs is perceived as something we do at the business as usual, and we get some extra money on the top of our usual budget, and that will make the trick. That will make the transformation gradually, but it will make our budget and economies and social structures working in different way. Unfortunately, it is not going to work. If we mean transformation, the transformation should go into our core budget as well. If we really want to change the conditions of our life, well-being, the integrated approach, how we would like to design future, the whole of the budget should reflect on that. Since there is no real agreement on that, how to do it, another problem is affecting our discourses. As we heard in the opening panel, there is a very deep going geopolitical divide in the world, and it may go even deeper unless we can stop it. On the other hand, we have a different type of crisis at hand. These crises are the cascading crisis stemming from the non-sustainable way of our operations. The novelty of our time, of our day, is that these two types of crises started interacting and creating a new situation. When Russia is invading Ukraine and changing the conditions of the food market in the world, because of the war in Ukraine, famine comes in Africa. The similar very close interlinkages you can detect in the case of water crisis, in the case of energy, and in the case of biodiversity as well. So my first motion would be, should we be able by September to state that we have to separate as much as we can the crises and the crisis management related to the global common goods, and leaving it separate from the geopolitical rivalry. I know it sounds a little bit naive. I know it is a very, very complicated issue, but why would it be so important? The geopolitical conflicts are usually guided and governed by a zero-sum logic. It's a zero-sum game. The managing the crisis in the field of the global common goods requires global cooperation. If the zero-sum game logic is overwriting our actions related to the global common goods, then the result is not another zero-sum game, but it's a negative sum game. And that's what is happening today. So therefore, as fast as we can, we should try separate the two. The third, finances. You may know that in some areas, we have international agreements of allocating financial responsibilities. It is mostly biodiversity and climate. And there's a famous acronym CBDR, Common but Differentiated Responsibility, which indicates that those who contributed to the development of the crisis should contribute to the financial solution deeper and to a larger extent. But there is no such an agreement for making the sustainability transformation. And while in our own countries, we have the system of how to reallocate resources, it's a taxation system, it's social policies, we don't have the system at the international scale. So we either think of how to create it, how to improve it, or we have to come back to see how we can do better in our own region, in our own countries. Last but not least, when we created the SDGs, we calculated that it is going to change the markets. It is the way how to redeveloping the markets. And we calculated that during 15 years, about $90 to $95 trillion of investments will be redirected due to the adherence of the sustainability goals. It is not fresh money. It is mostly the money what we are spending today, just redirected. The fresh part is about 15 to 20 trillion dollars. Now, if we look at who owns that money, governments don't, at least not to the full extent. If we would like to see public budgets to make the trick, then it's mathematically doesn't work. Where is the money? Because money is available in the world. About $400 trillion of private investments are existing in the world. So you may say that, oh, fine, that's great. It's much more than needed, 400 trillion, let's move. But that money is not an uncommitted money, and that money has owners. So what we have to create a system that money and investments will be interested in each and every country to serve better the purposes our societies and our governments agreed upon. So it means that the public money what we have may serve as an encouraging, as a de-risking element, and not the one that is making fully the trick.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Korosi. Exactly 15 minutes. What a discipline. If only the financial people would care so much
We are in Switzerland,
to
aren't
listen
we?
to. Yeah, but Switzerland is a small country and Geneva is a small place. Yet there are dimensions you just alluded to. So now we have the pleasure to listen to Mr. Hafez Ghanem. He's a regional vice president of the World Bank for Africa, for the Middle East, for different parts in Africa, probably one of the most experienced men overseeing our continent beyond the Mediterranean Sea. You have the floor.
Thank you very, very much. And I'm really happy to be here. It's an honor to speak to this group. And and I'm really grateful to Shaba for making this presentation because I will start exactly where he stopped. And let me start by giving you a couple of figures. The first figure is the amount of money that is needed according to the independent expert group on climate finance that has worked for the G20, the amount of investment that is needed just to meet the climate goals. And that amount and I'm only talking for developing countries, for the global South, excluding China, and that is $2.4 trillion every year. So $2,400 billion a year. That is what is needed. Now, let me give you another figure, which is how much official development assistance is going to those countries. Actually, if you go to the OECD DAC website, you will think that official development assistance has been stable over the years, and it's around $200 billion a year. That is, but even 200 billion compared to 2.4 trillion is very small. But this number figure hides something, because actually official development assistance has been declining. Out of those 200 billion today, countries are including, in those 200 billion, they're including money that is used for in-country refugees. So, and that adds up to about $30 billion. They include support to Ukraine in its war defending against Russia, and that is about $15 billion. So in fact, official development assistance going to the global South, which was around 200 billion, has declined, and it's now more like 150 billion. Third figure I would like to give you is on debt. Today, half of the poorest countries in the world are either in debt distress or are at a high risk of debt distress. So we have a situation where the needs just to meet the climate, I'm not even talking about the other SDGs, is 2,400 billion. Support in terms of official development assistance is coming down, and it's only around 150 billion. And at the same time, the countries have to pay out a lot in terms of debt service. Debt service now in many countries, as we heard this morning, is higher than the budget for education and health put together. The G20 had put in place this common framework to deal with the debt service. It's not working. And it's not working. I don't have time to go into the details, but it's for the reasons that we heard this morning, because you cannot get China and the Paris Club to agree. You cannot get the bondholders and the commercial banks to agree. It's a major issue of, so out of the 37 countries who are eligible for debt treatment under the common framework, only 4 have even started the process. The others don't feel it's worth their time. So this is the situation, and that is why Chaba's points about we are not where we want to be, that we have a major credibility problem. He's absolutely right. And that's where the major credibility problem is coming from. Now, in preparation for the Summit for the Future, the United Nations, the Secretary General, has come up with a report called Our Common Agenda, which I had the pleasure of reading and studying in detail. I would really recommend most of you to take a look at it. And under the part on the financing, the report makes very strong statements and very good statements about reducing debt risks and enhancing sovereign debt markets, on finding a resolution for the current debt crisis. It talks about massively increasing climate financing, massively increasing support to countries for the SDGs. Those are all great recommendations and things that should be done. I would like to add, in the very short time I have, 6 points actually that really we need to look at, and that come out from the questions that are there. The first 2 points are about dealing with the debt crisis. Unless we deal, if countries are going to be paying out more debt service than their health and education budgets, will never reach the SDGs. So you need to deal with the debt crisis. And today we have a big problem, is that nearly half of the debt of the developing countries is held by bondholders. So how to negotiate with the different bondholders is a big problem. So my first point is that we need to think about a special deal for bondholders. And that is something, actually something similar to what was done in the 1980s under what is called the Brady Plan, where you actually exchange bonds that are at a high interest rate but are at a high risk of not being repaid by bonds with a lower interest rate, but with a guarantee from a big power or from an international organization. The second suggestion I would like to make, other than the how to deal with the debt on the bondholders, is to put in place a system for debt for climate swaps, similar to what in the 1980s and so the last century, dealing with the last debt crisis in the last century, we put in place something called the HIPEX, High Indebted Poor Countries Initiative. Under that HIPEX, we agreed to reduce the debt of the poor countries in return for them investing in poverty reduction plans. And we asked the World Bank and the IMF to monitor that. I suggest that now that we are in the same situation, and we can go into a discussion of why are we in the same situation, we need to have something like the HIPEX, but where the agreement with the debtor country is to use that money for climate investments. It would be a win-win, because we would reduce the debt, but in return we get investments in a global public good, which is climate. My third point is on the financing of climate, and it also comes from a point that Chaba was making. I mentioned the $2.4 trillion that is needed in the countries in the South, excluding China, every year for climate investments. Out of those $2.4 trillion, 1.8 trillion is just for energy investments. Another around 300 billion or so is for investments in natural capital, in forests, and so on. And the rest is for adaptation and for loss and damage. Today, there is a lot of pressure to ask World Bank and other multilateral development banks to finance climate. What does that mean? First of all, the amounts that they have are very small compared to the needs. Second, it means you want to divert resources that are being used to finance health and education by those development banks and use them to finance climate. Third, it means that you're asking countries who are already poor and highly indebted to borrow to finance a global public good. So I really believe that you should ask the World Bank, the multilateral development banks, to finance maybe adaptation, which is a national public good, to finance loss and damage, which is again a national public good, but mitigation, which is the chunk of the $2.4 trillion, which is my old friend and colleague, the late Kamal Dervish, called it the mother of all global public goods, which is climate mitigation, you really need to find a different system. You cannot ask to finance. So my recommendation is to create a separate institution. Let's call it Green Bank, which actually would be reflective of the of today's economy and today's world. So it will go beyond multilateralism of just having country shareholders, but would have countries, private sector, and civil society. It would be a public-private partnership. And because most of the money that is needed to finance climate mitigation, which is in energy and in forestry and so on, can be done by the private sector. So let us create a public-private partnership to finance mitigation and to support the private sector to finance mitigation. I mean, if you've spent many years, as I did, sitting in meetings of the board of directors of the World Bank, and they're wonderful people, but they're not private sector people. So let us get people who, I'll go faster. So that is my third suggestion. My fourth suggestion is that we need to develop the carbon markets. Under the Kyoto protocol, the vision was to create one global carbon market so that a company, say in Latvia, that is facing carbon constraints, can pay a company in South Africa that is doing mitigation and use that credits for its Latvia operations. That has not happened. What has happened is that we now have the biggest carbon market right now is the regional carbon market in Europe. And then we have a bunch of national carbon markets. So I believe that we need to, we have to start with what we have today. And there are suggestions out there of creating what is called a club of carbon markets. How can we link existing carbon markets? And that would be really an important and innovative source of funding for mitigation in the global south. Fifth point is that we're talking always about getting the countries of the north to finance SDGs in the south and so on, and that is good and important. But we also have to get the countries of the south themselves to contribute more. And we need to do much more in terms of domestic resource mobilization in countries of the south. How to support them, both public resource mobilization, taxes and so on, but also private resource mobilization. I worked for 100 years in Africa, in the Middle East and so on, and there are lots of rich private sector capable in those countries, capable of investing. Africa has some very, very active and imaginative entrepreneurs. How can we get those people to invest more? I have some ideas, but I don't think I have time to go into that. The last point I wanted to make is, in addition to domestic resource mobilization, it's not just enough for us. I mean, most of the discussion on the SDGs on climate has been on the quantity of resources, which is, given the huge needs, it makes sense. But let us not forget also the importance of the quality of the use of these resources. If we bring $2.4 trillion today and we throw them and they're misused, that we will not achieve our results. So it is also important to focus on aid effectiveness and on the efficiency of investments. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ghanem. You really presented us in 15 minutes, not only a number of figures, but solutions, or way to solutions. Congratulations. We are coming now to the presentation of Mr. Igor Luksic, Prime Minister of Montenegro. Please, you have the floor.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. First, for giving me the floor, and I'd like to thank again, Nizami, for bringing us all together for a very inspiring couple of days of discussions, which are always kind of motivating. And I think including my colleagues, panel speakers, open various aspects to certain topics, which would also like to try to build on, because to some extent it, I think, correlates very much to some of the remarks I wanted to make. At the same time, I have to say that also opening discussions were quite interesting, and discussing where the funds for SDGs should come from, or discussing global governance reform, or anything else which is on this great agenda for 2 days. It's very much intertwined, and all it's interlinked, and it's very hard, I think, to talk about where the funds should come from without struggling into the area of global governance reform, I believe, because I think also even Mr. Ghanem Mr. Ghanem made some points which lead into that direction, because setting up a green bank or working towards new role for the World Bank, it also has to do with global governance reform in a certain way. We also talk about the problem of multilateralism, or the challenges for multilateralism of today's world. But I think we can also trace symptoms of bulging multilateralism. So it's not that it's the lack of multilateralism, it's probably how effective it is. Even the current war in Gaza is trying to be resolved by multilateral efforts of several countries, very much involved in trying to come to a solution. But going back a few weeks ago to COP is multilateral effort, and probably quite effective compared to some of the previous meetings. We'll see what it brings and how results will come off, but at least the effort per se, I think, is quite commendable. We see BRICS being very active over the past years, but we also see G7 kind of rejuvenated. So it seems like that we don't lack multilateralism. It's how effective it is and how successful it's going to be. And not to mention G20, because I think intimately we all think that G20's role probably should be shaped up in the coming years, along with the further reforms in the UN. What we are all unhappy with is how UN reacts to the problems of peace and security, and what should be done to be more effective there. Because talking about SDGs or climate change and so on, I think world is altogether quite aware of the problem and trying to fix it. We may be happy or unhappy with the pace of it, but I think there is overwhelming understanding that we need to go into a new direction. And interestingly enough, I think climate change discussions have become a kind of a substitute for SDGs reform. I think there is a lot more discussions over climate change than probably about certain aspects of SDGs. And some of my colleague panelists have already talked about figures, but and I also wanted to mention some of the figures. And basically what we find when doing a little of a research there is that per year it requires $5 to $6 trillion to meet SDG agenda, which I think roughly corresponds to Mr. Koroshi's figures or Mr. Ghanem's figures. And it really sounds as enormous money. Obviously, it sounds enormous money, including 2.4 trillion for the global south, mostly developing or least developed countries. But it doesn't necessarily have to be so. Given the size of the world economy, given the structure of undergoing or intended investments, maybe it's not so sizable and not reachable, because we're talking here about 5 to 6% of world GDP. And in case of the developing or least developed countries, we're talking about 2% of GDP. So it's not that it's not achievable, and it's not that money doesn't exist. It's how we bring it all together. And I fully agree with what has also been said about less developed countries doing more on their side, because we are all aware that more can be done, for example, in improving the tax collection in some of the countries, or the quality investments. But it also, we are all aware, it also has to do with the quality of political systems in those countries to make, for example, for some of the reforms. And I'd like to remind you that Addis Ababa Action Agenda talks about official development assistance going into helping countries be more effective in tax collection, creating their own pool of resources, not to be fully dependable on other countries' willingness to transfer money for their financing needs. I think if we go back to the recent Paris Agreement stocktake, which took place in the United Arab Emirates, it put 2050, if I read it properly, as a goal year for the net zero world, which in a way is already an implicit, for example, change of policy accepted by countries like, let's say, China, which is currently the largest emissioner, largest emission sending country, which until now has had 2060 as the net zero goal. So it seems that they've reflected already some of the things that are going on, for example, in that country. If I think I read somewhere the figure of incredible amounts of investments in renewables for the next 10 years, the capacity of renewable capacity installed, new capacity in China will actually match the total energy capacity installed in Europe today. From all the sources. So there's amazing movement in terms of green transition investments, and it's also happening in India. It's also happening in some other countries. So obviously, the former thinking about when emissions will peak seem to be pushed up front, and it is estimated that now emissions will peak later this decade, not like 2040, something like that, which also doesn't solve fully the problem of keeping the climate targets under around 1.5 degrees Celsius, because it also means that we need to take or remove a lot of carbon from the air, from the atmosphere, and that's, for example, the field where governments are relatively weak in whatever they want to do, and it looks like innovation overwhelmingly comes from the private sector, R&D. So we already see some oil companies, oil drillers, which probably are trying to seek new legitimacy for whatever they're doing by investing in carbon capture and storage, by investing in the mechanisms to take the carbon out from the air and so on, to probably extend their life beyond 2050, 2060. And so that's a very interesting, I think, movement. And there are always people who are, climate puritanists who say, no, it has to end, fossil fuel has to go away. But okay, being realistic, it probably takes a certain transition, and we'll probably see more funds going into that direction in years to come. So when we talk about 5 to 6% global spending in this field, we talk about public funds, but we also talk about a lot of private investments and so on. In the ideal world, I think both the IMF and World Bank should reflect the changing economic prospects and should fully reflect the economic changes of the world. And probably those two institutions should be able to revisit that every, let's say, 10 years, because the economic power of certain countries obviously change. But that also, I think, could open the door because we agree that neither of those institutions is powerful enough to solve every problem, to provide funding for everything and so on. So I would be happier to see IMF turning into global professional governance institution, World Economic Governance Institution, supporting UN and G20, whereas World Bank leading the efforts of coordinating development. And I think some steps of that direction could already be seen in Marrakesh, where World Bank signed understanding agreement with other multilateral development banks into coordinating efforts to bring on fresh lending facility of about 300 to 400 billion for the next, let's say, 10 years, which adds to multilateral development banks potential another 30 to 40 billion per year, from 100 to 100, let's say 30, 40, which is obviously still not enough. So what to do next? And I'd like to actually build on what has already been said by both previous panelists, because I think that maybe this is very utopian, but I think the time for that will inevitably come, because we need to figure out the way how to blend public money with private money. And bondholders are obviously important players in that game. So I think the world also needs a kind of a Hamiltonian moment, if you see what I mean. And I think the recent experience of the European Union to create next generation facility to support post-COVID-19 recovery by EU being able to borrow it. It was a big debate several years ago. I think when Werner was chancellor, that was probably impossible to even utter it, not to discuss. But now it's possible. Oh, it was possible a few years back, and it's bringing benefits to all the member states. So something like that is probably needed at the global scale, where private funds, UN, G20 can work to find a way how to provide for some innovative mechanism of probably issuing some global bonds to support development of the global south or other needs when it comes not only to climate change, adjustment, mitigation, but also other SDGs. Because when you go deeper into the green bonds, for example, mechanism, it is green because you want to take money to pursue some green goals. But there's got to be someone to say, yes, you've really done it. It's not greenwashing. You've really done it. And then you deserve, I don't know, extended maturity or lower interest rate or whatever. So something like that should, I think, be thought about. And for example, when talking about my part of the world and countries like Montenegro and other countries from the region of the Western Balkans who are EU member aspirants, I've been arguing for the tweak in the process, because we are all entitled for some for certain preparatory funds, like which is called Instrument for Pre-Accession, IPA. So by tweaking the use of the IPA and actually blending that with, for example, green bonds mechanism, it could bring about more funds. It could make countries more responsible in pursuing SDG or green agenda, because in the compatibility of EU agenda and SDGs is quite high. So I think up to 70% or even more, despite the fact that SDGs are probably more results oriented in terms of the real life, and EU is more regulatory changes, but still it's very compatible. It can bring about not only fresh investments, it can bring about that sustainability, which is also important aspect. So it can be used as a kind of a leverage. So that works for countries that aspire to join EU, but it doesn't work for other countries. And for other countries, SDG agenda, the role of UNDP, for example, ODA and so on, is very important. But I think the same formula can probably be used. Where, for example, European Union is probably different kind of a beast, but African Union can also play an important role in the process, and along with multilateral development banks and so on. So I'd like to stop here, because I think we've already touched upon a lot of probably compatible remarks. As I said, all the interventions have been very inspirational. So we could go like this on and on, but but let's focus. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for sharing your insights, but also your ideas. We now come to Agi Beres. Please, you have the floor. Ah, Zlatko has arrived. I'm sorry. Latecomers first.
Thank you so much. Well, the most important thing that I finally arrived. I mean, that's the good part of it. The bad part is that I'm late, but it's a logistic issue anyway. So I'm very glad to see such a, such a good friends, those faces in here that I go from Vaira, over Amren. I don't want to go long because I will use my time naming the people who I'm so happy to see. Anyway, since we are talking about overall title is the future of multilateralism and the summit of the future and the need for a new global pact for international cooperation. Every time when we speak about issues like that are related with SDGs, at least I'm the one that I'm participating in. The problem is how to pay for it. We look like a very well good people who want so nice, who have holistic plan, how to do everything, how to tackle everything. But at the end of the day, the question is who is going to pay and how to pay it. So I understood that this session is about that. In here, you don't see nothing. You have just nice colors in here. You have green color, red color, and yellow color. This is this is the progress report on SDGs. This smallest green color is actually the color that says where we are on the track. This yellow color, which is a little bit bigger, says moderately or severely off the track. And then the red color is the color saying stagnation or regression, okay? And there's the gray color. Don't be so happy about gray color because gray color says we have no data. So basically speaking, if you take a look at this, you will see that we are on a halfway to 2030, and we are on a halfway to 2030. 15% of the goals are on track. 15% of the goals are green. 48% of the goals are moderately or severely off the track. And 37% stagnation or regression. And everyone, when we talk about this, people are saying, well, we have good plan, we have excellent SDGs, we are good intended people, but we cannot finance it. What a problem is that we are witnessing every day, again and again, that it's not only a lack of financing, but it's a big gap, and gap is widening in between developed world and developing world. When you take just some projections about what will be the workforce in next 25 years, we can see that India is going to go from 928 million working population to 1.111 billion, which is 183 million people more in India. In China, it's almost the same number, but minus 180 million people will be working force in China by 2050. And when it comes to Europe, we are a little bit better than China, only minus 150 million working population by 2050. North America and Latin America together, they are going together higher for about 80 million. So when you put those numbers together, you see that India and China are 0. Europe and America is also 0. Someone is plus, someone is minus. But Africa, what's happening with Africa? Africa 2020 working population is 750 million people. And projection is that there will be additional 796 million people in Africa. So my point is very simple. Out of overall upgrading number of working population in the world, practically everyone will be in Africa, which leads me to the conclusion that this gap in between developing countries and developed countries, in a sense of financing everything, is going to be more and more severe. For the second year in a row, the world is no longer making progress in SDGs, to be very precise. That metrics that is established, 17 goals, 169 targets, 243 indicators are already slowing achieve SDGs, and by 2030, average index is going down. The average SDG index slightly declined in 2022, partly to the slow non-existing recovery in poor and vulnerable countries. Again, poor and vulnerable countries are the ones that are actually more in bigger jeopardized. Performance on SDG 1 no poverty, and SDG 8, decent work and economic growth, remains below pre-pandemic levels in many low-income countries and low middle-income countries as well. This is a major setback, especially considering that before the pandemic, over the period of 2015 to 2020, the world was progressing in SDGs at rate of 0.5% per year, which was also too slow to reach 2030 goals that we have. And poorer countries are making greater gains than rich countries when it comes to negative trend. Progress in climate and biodiversity goals are also too slow, and especially to rich countries. Especially to rich countries when it comes to biodiversity. So, according to Chronicle on the Financing of Sustainable Development is more than evident. According to IMF, low-income countries constitute 8.5% of the world population, but currently account less than 1% of the world investment spending. Lower middle-income countries, that are almost half of the population, like 43% of the world, accounts only 15% of investment spending. And that's not sustainable. High-income countries, in contrast, account 15.8% of the world's population and account about half of the world investment spending. And the gap is widening. Low-income countries and lower middle-income countries make the poor half of the world combined, they equal 51% of the population, but account only 15% of the world investment. And of course, same discrepancies found regarding fiscal outlays. Low-income countries and low middle-income countries together account around 10% of the world fiscal outlays, half of the global population, while another one account for 90% of fiscal outlays. Annual average fiscal outlay spending per person in a low-income country is $133, not enough to provide universal schooling and much less to meet even that SDG. Having said so, there's 6 practical pathways for increased SDG finance I just want to share with you. First one, unfortunately, is increased domestic tax revenues. And I'll say a few words about it. It's easy to say, but I say a few words about it. Second thing is increased sovereign government borrowing from international development financial institutions. There are no healing without international financial institutions doing something severely different. Third, increased sovereign borrowing from international private capital markets, because there's an enormous room of opportunity there as well. Increased official development assistance, I'll say a few words about it. And of course, debt restructuring. Debt restructuring is more than evident for heavily in-debt borrowers, mainly to the lengthen maturities and reduce interest rates. And finally, we have to rely on people like Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos, who are philanthropists. We should ask them to give more. If they don't want to give more, then we should make some kind of tax on the wealth, which is something which is debated very often, and even they are not complaining. Even Warren Buffett is not complaining about it. When we talk about increased domestic tax revenues, SDGs require large-scale public investment in education, in healthcare, in infrastructure, especially in green energy, digital access, water and sanitation, and environmental conservation. On the top of that, government has ongoing obligations for social protections, public administration, and other public services. So the level of investment needed per year are far greater than the current revenues solicited by developing countries. Typical low-income country collects 15 to 20% of its GDP in revenues. But SDG public investment needs can reach at least 40% of GDP, or even higher. And public administration adds another 5 to 10% of GDP to budget needs. So when we want to say to the developing countries that we have to ease them with the debts, we have to give them more sovereign borrowing, and by private capital, we have to increase international development financial institution support, we need ODA, we have to tell them, you have to also do something yourself, which is actually increase a little bit upgrade your taxation system, at least a bit, and there's enough room of opportunity to do. As a rule of thumb, low-income countries should be aimed to at least 20% of GDP in government revenues, low middle-income countries for at least 30%, and upper middle-income class countries at least 35%. Of course, high-income countries, they can reach 40% of the, in order to, let's say, make that gap a little bit more fair. When it comes to I just give you a few policy conclusions that I think that developing countries should take on much larger debts that is now considered normal, but to do so, they need to be able to borrow long-term and reasonable interest rates. That's not the case right now. And Ismail has a big speech about that. I'm sure that he will find a time, at least over lunch, to discuss that privately. And IMF and credit rating agencies need to rethink the current rating system, because current rating system is actually also kind of old-fashioned. Let's put it that way. And debt sustainability indicators to take the future economic growth prospects of developing countries into account, thereby revealing a much larger debt servicing capacity than it is shown in statistics analysis that are very gray. Developing countries need to manage their budgets, trade policies, liquidity assets, so that they can routinely service an external debt, but that requires improved credibility and liquidity management for those type of countries. When it comes to increase ODA, I just want to say that donors countries of OECD are supposed to give 0.7% of GNI in ODA, but 2022 they gave only 0.33%. So, which is about 175.9 billions ODA. OECD countries, I'm talking about only them, but reaching 0.7 target, ODA would raise by at least $200 million per year. It's not enough, but it should show that big countries are also interested in doing such as this, something like it. The potential new sources are apparent. The first would be a levy on high-income countries and EU upper-middle income countries, on annual carbon dioxide, CO2 emission. A levy of US $5 per ton of CO2 is the starting figure on high-income countries and upper-middle-income countries, and that would give additional revenue in the area of $100 billion, which is, to be more precise, more than half of what they're giving today, developed countries to this idea. The second would be globally coordinated wealth tax on ultra-high net worth individuals. I mentioned Warren Buffett and Jeff Bezos, so I'm now being precise in sense of sentence that says something has to be done in that sense. So the world's 3,000 or so billionaires have combined net worth around $15 trillion. $15 trillion, let's say 2% wealth tax, assuming no leakage, will generate an additional 300 billion a year, which is significant amount of money. Anyway, and to make a long story short, I think in particular, the reform of global financing architecture should have some objectives. I'll put just a few of them. First one, greatly increased funding available to governments and private businesses in the emerging economies, especially to low-income countries and lower middle-income countries to carry out needed investments. Second, revision of the credit rating system and debt sustainability metrics to facilitate long-term sustainable development. Third thing is revision of the liquidity structure for low income and lower middle income classes, especially regarding sovereign debt, to forceful self-fulfilling banking and balance of payment crisis. Fourth is creation of ambitious and international agreed upon criteria for sustainable finance that are mandatory for all public financial institutions from the high level income countries over middle income countries to low income countries. And finally, alignment of private business investment, which Igor was talking very much about it, and he knows much more than me about it. I won't say anything about it no more. And last point, reform of current institutional framework and development of a new and innovative mechanism to improve the quality and speed of deployment of international cooperation. I remember a few years ago, Ismail was giving us one lecture and saying there is a businessman with a suitcase sitting on a tree and having a cutting off the tree where he's sitting. And I remember that picture had the title, "No More Business as Usual," right? So, I mean, when it comes to financing, if we keep with business as usual, we'll simply be like preachers who have no followers. Thank you.
Thank you for this professorial speech. Be a professor and a politician is an excellent mixture, and diplomat. So we will certainly come back on some issues of it. We said 15 minutes we are well on track. I will give now the floor to Ari Veres. Not to justify certain trends of NGIC to become more gender balanced, but she is the real representative of UNDP in Geneva.
Yes, thank you very much. And I am no politician and no professor. I'm a development professional. So I will try to share with you kind of our experience from UNDP's perspective, working on these issues really in 170 countries. Because I very much agree that we need kind of a global approach, whether it's a new institution, it's new global policies, new global governance, but it is the global approach that's needed. And while we have a lot of success in some of these areas and we see progress in many developing countries, it's not at scale and it's not systemic. So just going back to what some of the distinguished speakers were talking about, yes, we are behind on the SDGs. And partially it is because we are behind on finance. And it's not about not having enough finances around the world. We have a global wealth of about 450 trillion, and my colleagues here quoted many numbers of what we need. You know, we estimate about 3 trillion per year for the SDGs, not considering China. So the funding is there, but the problem is that this is, even though finance is working already for development, just too often the wrong kind. It's not going the right places and it's not going for the right issues. So we end up with an economic growth at any cost, at any processes, because that's what's available and that's what we know. We just know about growth, despite the fact that we have been discussing for decades that we shouldn't measure growth shouldn't measure development in GDP terms. What we end up with then is that the worth and the growth that we get, which is fossil fuel driven, community based, debt fueled, and frequently unjust. That's what we have today. So how do we use finance to move away from this towards a development that we actually want and need as a global society, to expand the human and planetary well-being that actually the SDGs were aspiring to, create jobs, accelerate energy transitions, all at the same time. So from our perspective, when we're talking about financing, we're talking about financing this transition, not necessarily mobilizing new funding, but aligning this financing. So why is it not aligned? Because we're trying to tweak a system. We're trying to tweak a system that was set up many years ago in a completely different context, when we did not talk about climate change, we didn't talk about gender equality. All of these issues were not on the table. So the current financial institutions we have and the global financial architecture that you refer to is not suit for purpose for the issues that we are trying to tackle today. We are within a transformative agenda, but we're trying to do it with outdated policies, regulations, institutions, and a completely different set of investment incentives for the private sector that we're trying to achieve. So I think, you know, all of you alluded to this, but I think this is the big picture that we are trying to achieve. And just a few other numbers in addition to what you all mentioned already. Where is this money? Where is the wealth of the world? The richest 10% of the global population takes 52% of the global income, while the poorest half of the population earns 8.5% of it. So we can see the socioeconomic inequalities are significant, and the global income and wealth inequalities are also equally significant. And these translate into the climate inequalities as well, in terms of who is contributing and trying to offset them. And I just want to bring in another kind of issue that maybe goes back to the opening session and wasn't so much mentioned, but I think what we also see is some of the problem is that when we're trying to advance on some of these policies, energy transition, climate actions, actually the short-termism is it's not only the short-termism of politicians that's the problem, and many of you have much more experience with that than myself, but actually because who's carrying the costs of these investments? A lot of the times it's the poor of these countries. So societies are pushing back on the exact policies that it's in the best interest of societies. They are pushing back because they are carrying the cost. So that makes politicians backpedal, and we have seen it also in Europe, how backpedaling on some of the climate policies is also happening. So the point of this is that we cannot address climate without addressing the social issues. We cannot advance the SDGs without really looking at the economic, socio-economic issues together and ensure that those policies are going hand in hand. So that makes it extremely complex, and that's why there are so many gray areas and the lack of information, as Csaba, you also said, because the complexity of these issues and the intertwined nature of the various issues is overwhelming in terms of tracking from a data perspective. I wanted to talk a bit about debt, but I think many of you refer to that. So I think we all agree that the debt crisis is part of the problem. On an average, low-income countries spend about 2.3% more on debt servicing than on their social services. So with that kind of alignment of their finances, it's extremely difficult to put the right incentives. And there are many other numbers that we can quote. So what can we do? So what's the ambition here? And that's where I want to pick up from some of that you were mentioning on your 6 points, because we do have good examples, we do have good policies, and we do have progress in many countries. But how can we make that more systemic? So what we are saying is that we need to do 3 things, actually. We need to align financing. We need to also change the quality of financing and the quality of investments that you mentioned. But that also means that we need to help developing countries, especially with capacities, to be able to do that. There's simply just a lot of capacity gap in terms of how to bring this transition about. So on the first point, aligning national financing, I want to talk a little bit about what does it specifically mean and how we can do that, because I think we really need to go towards that. We all agree on the problem, but what is the solution? And what is that we need to do differently just from tweaking the existing systems? So, I mean, I think, as Csaba, you said very eloquently, it's not about an additional financing for SDGs. It's not about an additional financing for climate or gender or other issues. It's about managing a public budget and the public policies that incentivize private investments that would align the existing budgets towards these issues. So that's what we are working on as UNDP with many other partners like the World Bank in most of the developing countries on the so-called integrated national financing frameworks. This is underway in 86 countries. And we have seen really significant shifts based on this. So essentially, it's looking at how public financing is aligned with the national development, the national translation of the SDGs. So looking at the localized goals and the localized targets, what is a budget looking like aligned to that? And what are financing policies within the country, both public and private financing policies look like if they want to have that particular outcome, whether it's on climate, health, or whatever is the context of the country. So this is really a support to a process of planning and policy reform. And we have already 250 reforms in these countries that are really bringing by some results. So to me, this is number one, because without proper financing policies at the national level, I mean, we can have the ambition of a global level, but that's really ambitious. So if we can have that at the national level, we're already going somewhere. Now, of course, you can say part of the problem is if you look around the world and referring back to the conflicts that were mentioned at the opening, is that actually governance failures are a big problem for this. This works where there's some form of governance, whether it's democratic or good or whatever adjective we use for that, that's a different question. But we have many places where actually governance failures do not allow to do that. So what do we do in places like that? And by the way, this goes back to a little bit your ODA numbers. Nobody mentioned that, but out of all of that ODA, there is an enormous shift going towards humanitarian assistance versus development assistance. Mm-hmm. So that further pushes the funding available for as kind of seed money and investments into attracting more. A second, and there's many more we can do in this alignment of finance, but I wanted to emphasize the role of the ownership of global public goods as can only be done by governments. The second is trying to look at how we can mobilize new types of finances and how we can have new instruments. And there are a lot of innovating financing instruments. This links to your point about debt and debt exchange or debt swaps, debt restructuring. There are lots of good examples of issuance of new types of bonds, sustainability bonds, that are trying to go away from the current debt with its financial numbers, but also in terms of the content of the quality of what are these debts financing and how these bonds are contributing to the sustainable development goals. There are many examples in Honduras, Bolivia, Bangladesh. We work with in Uzbekistan on some of these sustainability ones. Uruguay has very good examples. So it's there. But on the grand scheme of things, right now, it's relatively insignificant if you look at the entirety of the financing required. And we need to look at more of these instruments. We cannot resolve the problems we have the same old way because those obviously did not result in a change. So we need to look at new instruments, new financial modalities. And just to give you another example, we're also working on insurance risk financing. I mentioned the investments going in humanitarian assistance and response to crises, natural disasters. If you look in developing countries, almost none of this is insured, a very small percent of it is insured. So we can also look at very innovative new ways of looking at insurance that can be brought in, offsetting the humanitarian response and the humanitarian financing that's needed. The third area is about how do we then bring in the private sector. The private sector obviously would like to make profit, while there's a lot of incentives coming from the demand of consumers, but at the end of the day, they want to make profit. And working in Switzerland and working in Europe, I think it's very clear that this financing we're talking about a lot of it is in developed countries, and the need is in developing countries. So when we're talking about globally, how do we bridge this gap? And one of the main obstacles why the financing is not going to the places where it's needed, because the investors are not seeing the profitable and risk-free pipeline. Any investor, large investor you're looking at in the private finance sector, their first question is, where is the pipeline? What is the risk? What is the return on investment? And the market is not going to invest in that information and remove that barrier for investment. So this is some of the things that, for example, the multilateral systems like UNDP, UN agencies, and other governments can invest in, is remove the market barriers for the proper flow of financing from the investors to the investees. And just to give you again a couple of examples that are already working, and we really see that can be scaled up. One is the so-called SDG investor maps. We're working with countries to develop an investor landscape that allows the investors to remove a little bit of a risk and provide the kind of market information that they lack. And these investor maps are not just about financial information, but where these countries need investment. So for example, in Armenia, if one of the main goals is to improve health services and telehealth services, then this sector is obviously something that could attract investments. So we are working at the national and the local level to see how can we provide this as a global public good, an information that helps really channel the investments to the right places. Then lastly, in this very concrete kind of suggestions of where we can focus, going back to the point of the lack of data, lack of standards, and also to some of the financial instruments. Part of the problem is that we don't have the data because we don't have standards to measure. So when we're talking about even green bonds or a green bank, I'm just wondering what is the global measurement that you're all referring to when you're talking about the impact of these investments? How do we know that the net impact of such investments is actually creating sustainability? And one of the things that we are working on is really to promote these kinds of global standards. So the SDGs impact standards that will make it comparable, that will make it measurable in terms of how these investments are generating transformation and impact on the different sustainability elements. And we're also working with ISO because it's quite important that we can make it globally recognized and understandable standards that everybody can refer to. So, I think in just overall, because I need to wrap up, I want to leave you maybe with three numbers that goes back a little bit to the speakers before me. Just 3, 2, 1. So if you all agree that more or less we need 3 trillion annual investment for the SDGs and climate goals in developing countries outside of China, then what we are looking for is how we can have 2 trillion of this from domestic resource mobilization, which goes back to the taxation issue, which goes back on aligning on your budget planning processes, and 1 trillion additional financing through official development assistance and private capital markets, which goes back on the incentives of how do we incentivize the private sector, how do we provide standards, new financial instruments that would give that 1 million. So we hope to go for this 3-2-1 transformational results over the duration of the rest of the SDGs. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam, for your eloquent speech and taking also into consideration what you already heard from your partners at the table here. Now we come and we thank former Chancellor Feynman for his patience to wait and for his presentation. We all are eager to give you our ears, as they say in Africa.
Thank you very much. I think it was an interesting discussion, and I will come back to the opening remarks. During conflict in Ukraine and Gaza, it will be very difficult to reach a goal on an international level, as you all know, and as you all mentioned. But I only want to take it again in mind. If you need now a conference to implement something on the World Bank level or in a Green Bank or something, and you need to meet US, Russia, China, at this time, it is nearly impossible to find on a short-term solution. So I think this conflict costs a lot also for our goals, humanitarian losses and all the we can hear every day. But the second thing is that you have the expenses of military service. And nobody mentioned it today, but I'm not aware of the figures. There are so many experts of figures, yes. But I'm sure that the figures of military expenses in Europe, in Russia, in China, in India, in US will increase rapidly. And I think as long as these military expenses will increase, for me, it is not possible to increase expenses on this level and on the other and on the third and on the fourth, because if you have a plan, you need priorities. And at the moment, I have the feeling that the military expenses are the priority for many countries, many politicians, many parliament discussions, many public discussions, etc. So it's a wrong priority. For me, I would like a priority for a financial concept to finance all these measures we discuss, we agree on, and the social and the climate measures need this finance plan. And I can also fully understand what Korosi said, because I was 8 years a member of the European Council. And I can tell you that if it started with a huge plan, but no methodology and no financial plan, you never found a result. And it is not because the people are not visionary enough, or their heart is not on the right side in their body for the right goals. It's because without a financial plan, you cannot step ahead. So I will say something about the positive side. This 15%, I think these best practice models are interesting. How was it possible without the financial plan, without enough financial resources to fulfill 15 or 20% of the plan? I think these best practice examples should come to the stage before the curtain, because I think this is very interesting. And so I tried to figure out, so I'm sorry that I don't want to repeat everything, because I fully agree with nearly everything what you said. I would like to figure out the second thing. What is possible on a national or regional level? And I'm sorry to discuss about Europe, because I know Europe, my political experience. And I can tell you, it is a tough time, because you have all the consequences of the Ukraine war. That means energy prices increased. That means competitiveness of industry especially of German industry, is not so easy with high energy prices. And with a trade, a free trade in the world, competitiveness is, you cannot say we have this product with more green technologies or with more, with better technologies, because at the end, the consumer looks at the price. And so this is difficult. The other thing is that the inflation rate, because of these high energy prices and because of this conflict, is so increasing, was increased the last years. Now it's a little bit better, but that means that the interest rates increased. And if interest rates increase and you are responsible as a minister for finance, I think some of you have friends there or have been in this position, you must be a little bit worried, because higher interest rates mean that your debt, not in the first step, because regularly you have time, 2, 3, 5 years until you need to finance it again. But a finance minister seem a little bit worried about the idea to have this level of interest rates. So you can see the effect of this conflict is, it affected more than I think, or I also expected in the first step, and for a longer term. So how can we do something on a regional level at these difficult circumstances? And so I'm also in favor, for example, of taxes. And this is not typical for me, because I won an election because I didn't raise the taxes for small and middle-sized companies, because they pay a lot of taxes. And this was one of my issues in my first election campaign. And I fully agree that there are many people who pay a lot of taxes, and always to say we raise taxes is not a really good concept. But I will give you another example for taxes where they can make sense. The air traffic. If you book a ticket in Vienna to go to Munich, it is more expensive to go by train than to find a cheap flight. And this cannot really be the sense, because we know that all this transformation to clear energies and the weather is train under 1,000 kilometers is one of the real alternatives to huge vessels with all the problems, to all the airplanes and the air traffic. And so, for example, if we cannot agree on a European level and later on an international level to tax it, you will not really change the situation, because the consumer and the people who like to travel likes it to pay 30 euros for a ticket. And then and you will also, for the transport, you will not be compatible. I was only 18 months responsible for the train, for the way, for the railway. But I remember exactly that the transport is daily an issue. How much is the cost with the vessel? How much are costs with the plane, and what's the cost for the train? And if you don't have this, I call it now taxes, because I know there are also tolls and fees and other instruments. Yeah, it's not always taxes, general taxes. But if you don't have something to interfere and to make a framework where things you want to promote and support has also an economic reason why it works. Only the speeches and only the moral and all the media and all the public is not enough. The better way to reach a goal for me is to think about Jean-Claude Juncker, many other commissioners did a lot of proposals. How can we do some more financing to organize what we really want to reach? And so, and I don't want to be too long, but the second thing is there is a lot of tax fraud in the world. Many people, many friends of me, entrepreneurs, say tax avoiding. It is a nice word, tax avoiding. And if you compare what a small and middle-sized company pays taxes and what Amazon pay taxes, or other companies on this international level, I think there is room for maneuver to say we can get more public money. Because what I recognized in the discussion today is, for example, that we try to think about bondholders who have now high interest rates for their bonds, but a high risk. And we say we reduce the interest rates. And so we give them more room to maneuver. But we have on the other side to shift part of the risks from the private bondholders to the public. So there is always the public and the public sector and who takes these risks at the end. And if you take all these risks and you have ever been responsible in a government or in a European Council or UN or in such responsible situations, you must think about how can you have more resources, financial resources, to take all these risks. It sounds easy to say, okay, we take the risk from the private, and take it to the public, and then the debt goes down, and it's better for developing countries. Everybody understands it. It's simple, and it's explained in 2 minutes. But you need, on the other side, to think about the financial architecture, where you also get taxes and parts of the profits in the world. I'm in favor of profits. I admire companies who earn millions and billions and trillions, and everything is okay. But we need the share, not only from the small and middle-sized companies. We need also a fair share of these profits, I think, to fulfill the approach we discussed together, and to fulfill at the end the need to have enough money also for the public sector. Because I never met a prime minister, a chancellor, or a president who said, my budget has a lot of room, and now I think about doing the best for the additional opportunities. I only know prime ministers and finance ministers who say now, who very complicated, everything is together, and debt crisis and this crisis and corona crisis and the last crisis, banking crisis and so crisis. And so I think we need also a little bit more on framework and for a new financial architecture. So thank you very much for having the chance to discuss a little bit of my experience in the European Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chancellor. I am extremely sorry, Ismail, but we do not have time for discussion. We would have a fantastic panel here to offer this, but time is of the essence. So let me not summarize, but maybe complement some aspects. First, you are completely right with the so-called beauty contest going on in DAC. To have this sum of 0.07% for poverty alleviation, and it always increases. Now all the military assistance, military spending, migration, climate money, all these kind of expenditures are calculated and reduced. So, and nobody's intervening in this shaming and blaming. No university even does develop a kind of an indicator to make those things public. This is really making me angry, because we discuss it since 30 years. And national parliaments even go to Paris to control whether you indicated the proper possibilities or not. And the whole movement in '88 was led by a big country over the ocean. They started with military expenditures and military assistance to developing countries to undermine that goal in DAC Paris. Second, I think we should go beyond this mechanical solidarity. we should give solidarity a new value, impetus, because it needs to convince people. It needs to convince those members of parliament who really want to come on. And then maybe we should reflect on the architecture of accountability. Who is accountable for what to whom? And this needs more reflections. And there are different partners in the whole context of aligning finances, but we need to discuss that in order to convince the taxpayers, the parliaments, the different factions of parties, in order to do so. And the next point would be what deals for investors? I once was in a committee of the Bank of Liechtenstein for looking at 107 investment funds for so-called social investments in developing countries. Only 5 did invest there. The others did invest in industrialized countries. And they all pretended the lack of deal. When I called the so-called climate funds, I said, what are your major problems? The first answer was, we lack good deals. When you talk to investment funds and ask them for more green investments and said, bring us proposals, but not just ideas, but proposals and deals to invest into. So there is a lot of capacity building and a lot of other things going on. Then on national levels, I think we also should not forget risk governance. And governance means risk management, not just risk analysis. And there are only a few countries having risk managers at the Prime Minister's office or the President's office. Then what I did not hear today was differentiating between input-output on one side, which is common for financial investors, but about the validation of outcome, the indirect consequences of certain investments, which might rank high. When I chaired the Global Crop Diversity Trust, we collected money to finance Spitsbergen and all these seed banks. The major, even Bill Gates himself or others said, if you bring me standards that I can put it in my accounts as an investment, then I will do it. Then I tried to develop standards with KPMG, but unfortunately my colleague there that passed away. But there are standards needed in order to justify for the so-called responsibles in the trade, in the management, in the investment funds, in order to invest money and to validate also outcome and not just financial returns. And then last but not least, the auditing standards, for example, the ICRC from the humanitarian sector still needs to have about 32 different standards to their donor communities. So can you imagine, why is it not possible to develop common auditing standards in order to facilitate for the actors those investments, but also those various spending? You see, this subject is of utmost concern for all the actors involved, but parliaments, please don't forget that at the end, parliaments need to be convinced, people need to be convinced, and there are possibilities to do so. But please do not think to finance an army of consultants to measure what we tried to do, the Rio 2020 agenda, where there were hundreds of millions spent to finance consultants instead of pushing development bottom up and to give people a chance. At the end, what counts is the proximity of concerns. These people know their demands, what they need, and we should listen to them and not only to governments. Thank you very much, and sorry for being a little bit blunt. And a good day. Sorry.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I cannot say that I'd like to start on time, but since we have a critical mass and we have the members of the panel, I'd like to start. Wish you all Happy New Year past, but also Happy New Year's Eve, according to the Julian calendar used in most of the Christian Orthodox world. New Year's coming up. So peace, happiness, and very best to us, our families, and our countries. It's nice to have NGIC back in Geneva. It's very rewarding when you see, when you're present at the creation, and then you see that creation putting down roots and obtaining foliage. So this is the third now meeting at UNOG, and this platform is well on its way to becoming a January tradition in Geneva, which President Vicky Freiberger yesterday called the citadel of multilateralism. I like that very much, except this time the citadel is missing a little bit of electricity, a little bit of finances, etc. Our two-day meeting is an important contribution to the run-up to the Summit of the Future to be held in New York in September 2024. And within this larger effort, we're called upon in this panel to define and discuss the key issue of global governance reform. Now, governance is a concept intrinsic to the development of humankind from the dawn of time. At the turn of the 20th century, however, the need for a new form of governance emerged, that of governance outside and among nation states. And here is where the international community has been struggling for over a century to come up with the right formula. To be sure, the world needs better ways to manage its many growing problems, many of which were described here. In attempting to grapple with these Herculean tasks, however, the default intellectual approach of the international community is to look at global institutions, the United Nations and the Bretton Woods system, and propose significant reforms with the stated objective of adapting them to today's world and future challenges. Fair enough. Yet we do not have the luxury of viewing the global institutions just as entities unto themselves, whose reform alone will fix the problem. In reality, they are all run, financed, well, except for the UN Secretariat, and are serving the member states that have created them. So when the international community takes on the task of reforming governance, it should do so in a holistic manner. If, as the saying goes, charity begins at home, well, so do reforms. It is around these very complex fundamental issues of the interplay of the Westphalian nation-state mindsets and actions of the role and actions and the roles they ascribe to their own creations, the global institutions, and the governance of the international community, that we hope to have a discussion in this panel today, and in general in this conference. If not this heavyweight group, then who? And if not now, then when? In this context, I'd like to also refer to all the incredibly important things that have been said since the opening and actually even since the last night, and to keep this in our minds. We have an extremely impressive lineup of speakers who are called upon to do this, and it promises to be a stimulating discussion. Now, my task to moderate this segment is a great privilege. It also all the more daunting since initially this panel had 1 hour, 15 minutes, not 30, and now we started late. So I think I will do my best to stick to 1 hour, 15 minutes. For this, I will need to ask everybody to be very disciplined, and I will have to be ruthlessly accurate to keep to the time limits. And the time limits, I think, best set would be 5 minutes for opening statements, 2 minutes for replies to questions, comments, and 3 minutes for closing statements. That would give 10 minutes to each speaker in general. And I hope that if we manage to stick to this, we may have about 10, 15 minutes for discussion, which I'll do my best to intersperse with the statements. With this, let me introduce our speakers in the order that they are presented in the program. And we start with Prime Minister Kjell Magne Bondevik of Norway. One of the good things about our meetings is that we all know each other, you all know each other, so you don't need long introductions, because if we did do introductions, 1 hour, 15 or 30 minutes would not be enough. So with that, please.
Is it on now?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I've tried to keep within the limit of 5 minutes and be disciplined. We are talking very much about multilateralism, both on this conference today, but also in other international conferences for the time being. But I really very often ask myself, is there a willingness among the main powers in the world of today to strengthen the multilateral organizations? I must honestly say I'm in doubt. If you look upon some of the main actors in the world of today, Russia, with the president, doesn't care about international appeals to stop the war in Ukraine. Our co-chair Vaida Freiberga referred to meetings with him. I also is a former politician who met President Putin several times. His very beginning as prime minister. And I'm so surprised how he has changed. Maybe we misunderstood him in the beginning, because then he was talking about democracy and multilateralism and so on. So if we go across the Atlantic to the US, we will have a possible new president there in a year's time, whom we know will reduce the US engagement in multilateral organizations, even threatening to withdraw US from NATO. What world are we approaching? It's not dominated by multilateralism, but more and more unilateralism. That is the fact. I would like leaders like the most impressive person I ever met, namely former president, late President Nelson Mandela. I will never forget, I received him as a very young foreign minister of Norway back in 1990. He was released after 27 years in prison, as we remember. This was before he became president. He came to a conference in Oslo. I should go with him in a car to the conference hotel, 15, 20 minutes. And what I expected was a man full of bitterness and a wish of revenge, because the white minority had punished him for 27 years because he was fighting for equal rights. What did I meet? I met the person sitting beside me in the car, only talking about reconciliation, and that he wanted to build up again South Africa together with the white minority. I was really surprised. And he did what he said. Years after, when he became president, as we remember, he appointed the last apartheid white president, Frederick de Klerk, as his vice president. This is inclusive democracy, not a formal democracy that the winners take it all and the majority is ruling. Inclusive minority. He included the white minority and gave them equal rights. In this framework, I will also say that we need a stronger UN, our only real global organization. But UN was organized in the shadows of the Second World War, especially the UN Security Council, and I will focus on that, is composed on this background and completely outdated, as also Freiberga touched upon. And this is weakening the authority of the Security Council, no doubt. Based on the realities of the world of today, it is meaningless to have a Security Council without a permanent member from the whole continent of Africa, without a permanent member from Latin America, and without a permanent member from the Arab world. It is completely outdated. While we are having 2 permanent seats from the Western Europe, it's meaningless. And they are blocking for obvious reasons for change and reforms. So I say sometimes, when do we get an uprising in the UN demanding a change and reform? We know that it is very difficult. Some say impossible, but I want to point to it. I would like to see an uprising. As Mr. Korosi informed me today, it is a formal possibility, namely to call for a UN General Conference, General Assembly, but General Conference by all members of the UN. And they have the mandate to change or make a new charter, but so it has to be ratified by all the members afterwards. And then we know what probably will happen. If this way is not possible, is it possible to think about a new UN body? Like a board of directors for the UN above all other bodies that is more fair and just comprised. We know that the main actors in future now will be the US, China, Russia, European Union, the African Union, Latin America, and for instance, the Arab League. A fair composition of the Security Council or another new board above them could be of these main actors. That will be more updated than the outdated Security Council is today. So let me end up here to keep my promise within 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. Thank you. If we had journalists here, I think in 5 minutes, we would see a headline all over the world media that former Prime Minister of Norway confirms Trump will be president of the United States.
No, not confirmed, but I'm afraid of.
Yeah, so I think many people are. But thank you very much for your presentation and for throwing out these ideas, because there needs to be as much out there as possible, so that perhaps once member states get around to discussing it, that they will have something to sift through. Thank you. I'd like to move to my compatriot, Eka Kheshilashvili, for her presentation. Thank you.
This is working, right? And is it? Yeah. And David, if I'm overstepping my time limit, please do remind me, because I can usually get carried away with talking. So yeah.
Unfortunately, I'm not sitting next to you, so I can't kick you under
Somehow.
the table.
Not the table, no, but
I
yeah,
would
but
try.
remind me if you want to, yeah, orally as well. Well, I'll try to be brief and concise, having the time limitations as we have it. And if we start to talk about the global governance reform, I think we need to be honest in digging deeper into what are the root causes, right, of the problems that we face. And it's not just the time expiration of the governance framework as we have it, which is very old by now, right, and then created in a different historical context, which at that time looked quite fair and effective and worked for quite some time. And we have to acknowledge that as well. So it's not that the system failed. For quite some time, systems system worked, and then it delivered, stability and economic development and growth for some time. But then we now face a profound cyclical change, perhaps, when it's not the economics which drive the policies, but policies started to drive economics back. So it's not the mindset in which interdependence, trade, economic growth, higher figures in terms of distribution of the wealth, or if not even a distribution of the wealth, but wealth as an accumulation of wealth that could be the driver of that stability. We see that it's not working anymore for reasons that could take too much time for us to look into, but primarily for the policy-related issues and actors that are so deeply entrenched in the policy-related visions that they have, and readiness and commitment and ability to pull through to act on that, like Russia's Putin is, for example, by destabilizing so much international governance framework, that we see that the system is cracking. So the system is objectively cracking for the reasons of the lack of inclusivity as well, and then the time expiration. But we see that there is a pattern as well that is changing in the way that what is aspiring and then pulling factor politically as well for countries that are powerful enough and dedicated enough to act on it, that we don't see that anytime soon they will change their trajectory of thinking and acting. And with that, we don't see that something will miraculously change, and then the change will be delivered per se. And if I'm skeptical about it, I guess I'm just looking into it from this perspective, that if there's any conference or any gathering, anything that is proposed as a reform, and there has been many ideas for now as well that have been proposed, it's not working because we don't have a commonality of the strategic goal that is broad enough for that change to happen. So alternative, what could be seen that one can pursue in the meantime is to see how the gap can be filled in the meantime, while work needs to continue on the change of the global framework per se. And by that, what we see right now in Europe, at least, is an attempt of revisioning how European Union, and then when it comes to the military alliance like NATO, regional discourses could be strengthened in the way that in the democracies, as European countries are, electorate is becoming more aware how the commonality of the strategic goals and dedication to pursue those will matter for their own stability in the future. So in that regard, I see that the world will remain to be fragmented for quite some time, and we cannot be inspired by not illusions, I wouldn't say that, but wishful to a certain degree thinking that we can come close to the global commonality of views and readiness to act on it, and especially bankrolling that anytime soon in this regard. So if we look into that from this perspective, I guess part of the lessons learned from Bretton Woods process or conference needs to be looked at more deeply, why it became success at the time, for the time being when it was a success. And comprehensiveness, to my mind, was one of that. So it was not only the institutional development that we've seen that happened of different institutions at the time, but normative basis was substantially changed at the time. And to a degree, it provided more inclusivity rather than winners, so to say, fully deciding what the framework should have looked like. And what I see that we are lagging behind right now is a sufficient effort that is put for normative development as well when it comes to the issues that are particularly challenging. So we talk a lot about technological advancements these days, and there is work that is ongoing on e-commerce related front, and then your free flow of data, ethical norms of biotech. But if you look at it from the global perspective, asymmetry is still very large in terms of potential global agreement between different parts of the world. And until that part is being maintained, it's very hard to imagine that there will be sufficient trust in global mechanisms where inclusivity of economic development in that regard and global governance and oversight could be actually accomplished. And in that regard, we see that Europe is far ahead in terms of the data protection front, but then we don't see that the similar developments are happening in different parts of the world, which gives them competitive advantage to some degree on the technological developments, including in biotech. And if that maintains, it's very hard to see that even in that sector and in that front, that is very critical for accomplishment of SDG goals as well, that there will be anything that will be called global per se and sustainable even more so. We're already close to 5 minutes. Yeah, it's hard a timeline. And finally, perhaps since my time is expiring, I would conclude that while thinking about the new norms, we cannot and shall not forget about the norms that maintained the global stability up until now, as it was at least imperfect, but there was. And in that regard, fundamental principles of international law when it comes to the sovereignty of countries, territorial integrity of countries, equality of states, big or small, and then human rights in terms of the fundamental rights. If we don't reinvigorate trust in that, global system will never reemerge and will never be revitalized, because those who have suffered will continue to distrust anything that will be global enough, and those who have abused those rules will continue to abuse and continue to do so. So no reform will generate enough trust and political momentum for that to materialize, especially in the UN reform. So, thank you.
Eka, brilliant. Thank you. You did it. Thank you for raising these issues. Some of them I'd like to circle back to in the discussion. We now have Mr. Amr Moussa, Secretary General of the Arab League and Minister of Foreign Affairs of Egypt in the past, but always, always a wise person. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues and friends. It is very important to meet at the beginning of this year, which would witness a lot of major changes around the world and concerning the big powers, and also the summit on the future. I find an important link between the title of this morning's inaugural meeting, which spoke about the need for a new global pact for international cooperation or international relations, and the title of this session, which is Global Governance Reform. Indeed, we need this global governance reform. But the question is not the reform itself, like the content of the reform. It is not an address, it's not a title, but the content. Because of what happened that has shaken the system and in fact uncovered its weaknesses and dangers inherent in the violation of that system. I am one of those who believe that this UN system, the multilateral system that has been launched back in 1945, is a success story, it's not a failure. The failure came with the Security Council and as a result of the veto power and playing politics and double standards that has hindered the work of the Security Council. So the failure is in the international security system, but not in the whole multilateral system. That is why it is important, indeed, to have a new conference. The idea of a UN global conference is a very solid idea. And I believe if we, as a result of this meeting, the January meeting, we would formulate some recommendations to be put before the Secretary General and the conference, the suggested conference. We must insist that the summit of the future should decide to call for a UN General Conference to consider the future of the system. Yes, indeed, there are 4 or 5 new points that have to be added that have not been tackled by the Charter. The issue of climate change or pandemics, which the Secretary General himself considered them as a new definition, as part of the new definition of threats to international peace and security in a speech he made back in 2019. not only those two items, but also the role of the international civil society, which has not been mentioned anywhere. Now is the time to introduce the role of this system, the international civil society system, as an addition, a good addition to the work of the UN, not only states, but states and organizations involved in the work, in the mobilization of the international public opinion and in defending so many issues. Also, the poverty. And poverty is the real enemy of the global South, minus China, as has been said this morning. Poverty. All those issues must be mentioned, must be stressed in any new declaration or in any new pact, to be annexed to the charter, not to amend the charter, but to have it as an appendix or a
Yellow light is
where is
blinking.
I don't see
Yellow.
any yellow light.
Virtual.
Okay. Anyway, the point is that there are also other issues that will have to be tackled, like the destructive policies that have rendered the Security Council useless. Of late, we have witnessed something that has never happened before, that the Security Council was unable to to adopt a resolution on a ceasefire, while in the next room, CNN was broadcasting a major destruction of civil life in Gaza. It is impossible to have the Security Council paralyzed to that extent that it cannot issue a resolution on ceasefire while the war is going on, destruction is there, and many casualties, including babies and children. This is something that is unheard of. It has destroyed the credibility of the system. It's not a question of paralysis, it is total destruction of the security system. Things of that kind will have also to be reflected in whatever report we would agree on to be sent to the Secretary General as a contribution in the preparation for the summit, summit of the future. How many minutes do I have?
No, we're not talking minutes, we're talking seconds.
Okay, so let us be honest. Things cannot continue that way. It has been stressed this morning by several contributors to the two panels. That situation is very dangerous and that the credibility of the system has received a direct hit. Our job is to save the situation and to speak with honesty and clarity. Things cannot go that way. Security Council cannot be just deleted, stopped from performing, and that we have to contribute to the reformulation of the international security system. Is not a question of numbers of members of the Security Council or the issue of the lack of the permanent rules of procedure. All that is relevant. But the question is the authority of the Security Council that has been destroyed. The credibility of the international security system that has been destroyed. And this is the issue that we should discuss. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Musa. Thank you also for pointing out these practical outcomes that we could present as takeaways from our meeting for further discussion in the larger context. I'm now pleased to invite Mr. Vuk Jeremic, the President of the 67th General Assembly and Minister of Foreign Affairs of Serbia.
Thank you very much, David. It's a great pleasure to be back with everybody here at the Nizami Ganjawi Center. Timely discussion. It's a very momentous year, 2024, with the Summit for the Future, with a number of really consequential elections taking place around the democratic world. I'd like to try and be a little bit of an enfant terrible here in comparison to most of the other interventions, and I'm going to try and call spade a spade. And to explain why I'm not exactly terribly optimistic about Secretary General's valiant attempt to call for the meeting that is gonna reset the rules or be the inception of the resetting of the rules. And I believe the reason is very simple, because we are actually, as humanity and as a generation, now being profoundly shaken by some very significant wars. I mean, these wars are happening, and these wars are not about to end, and these wars are without guardrails, I think. 2024 is going to be the year of exacerbation of those wars. And there's going to be another war added to it, which is not a hot war in the way that the hot war in Ukraine is and the hot war in the Middle East is. But there's going to be a very significant and profound political war that is going to rage in the United States of America. I mean, it has already started, but it's going to get worse as we move from a month to a month. It's going to have profound influence on the wars that I mentioned, the hot wars that I mentioned, and in the discussions in the future of global governance, and the discussions of the global economy, and all that. President Tadic mentioned this morning these wars, and I believe that one should really try and go one step further, trying to set the right framework for the narrative of those who would like to see global governance changed for the better, or saved, as a matter of fact, from extinction. The war in Ukraine is going to continue, and I'm not sure that the outlook's too bright for those who are sympathetic with the cause of Ukraine's defending its territorial integrity and sovereignty. And the war in the Middle East is, I believe, even worse when it comes to the prospects of coming to a more than a temporary ceasefire now and then. I think it's out of control. I think the political motive of some of the key players, including the government of Mr. Netanyahu, is simply not such that they would like to see this come to an end. This would be the end of, or like the very likely end of, this cabinet of Israel if the war comes to an end, even if it comes to a more positive than negative an end. And that, of course, plays into the American political equation. And the third thing, the political war that I referred to, I'm going to go one step beyond Prime Minister Bondevik to say that actually it is very likely that there's going to be a change in Washington. And I think we need to take it into our calculations. If there's, let's say that it's a 50% chance. I personally believe it's above 50%. But hey, it's a very significant chance, very significant probability there's going to be a profound change of government in, or the outlook of global governance in Washington. I think we need to put it into our calculations. And if there is this change of government in Washington, I'm not sure if they're going to be terribly impressed, the new government of the United States, with the outcome of the summit for the future, regardless of that outcome may be. So what to do under such circumstances? The short and honest answer is I don't know, but trying to go one step beyond this is to say, why don't we concentrate on first things first, and as international community, kind of elders of the international community, appeal on what is, in my opinion, the mother of all priorities, and this is to sue for peace. To sue for peace in Ukraine, to sue for peace in the Middle East, and to try and work with both sides of the political aisle in the United States, not just the one that we like more or find more close with, given our multilateral instincts and histories, but to try and reach out and bring into our conversations those who are not necessarily people that you would vote with both hands for in the American elections if you had a right to vote in the American elections. I think it would be perilous and dangerous to ignore this strong possibility. And I'm going to stop here. I'm going to stop here because I don't purport to have answers to the questions that I want. Yeah, later on.
Thank you very much. You certainly delivered on your promise to be enfant terrible, or how did you? But hopefully we'll get back to some of the points that you raised. Let me now turn to the former Chancellor of Austria, Mr. Werner Faymann, for his statement. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much that I have again the chance to discuss with you. When I heard all the catastrophes you mentioned, and I fully agree with all of them, I remember that my grandma experienced 2 world wars. And this is not 500 years ago, because my grandma, not possible, that's 500 years ago. So our goal must be to avoid a new world war and to find multilateral, international solidarity approaches to avoid a world war and to support all people who have the desire for a peaceful world and for without poverty and with a minimum of living standards and with chances and challenges against the climate change. So I think this desire of the people, especially in democracies, is a strong power to change institutions or the approach of changing institutions. If you go to European countries, and I'm sorry that I like to discuss about European countries because many of you are from other countries in other parts of the world, experts, and so I want this experience in this conference mention. If you discuss with people in Europe, they are disappointed about governments. Many of them are disappointed about European bureaucracy. Some of them are disappointed about European Union as a whole, as a total program. So this means that if people are disappointed about something, they create answers which are narrow-minded, which are not international-minded, which don't have a multilateral approach. It is more nationalistic, and it's the chance for populistic parties to address these fears or to address this disappointment of people. And therefore, we have to support the other side. No one has a recipe where you can say, if you do this and that, then everything will change to the better tomorrow morning. So if someone says he has this recipe, don't believe him. There are no magicians. But what we can do as people who are supporting a peaceful world and an international approach is to support all the people who are on our side. And if someone says America first, and he means America should be the first for solidarity to solve on an international level all these problems and challenges, I think we should support it. If someone is in a European country who is in favor of strengthening the European Union and the European Union to support the UN and international level, we should support it. I think this is the goal we can do, and we should do it. And therefore, I'm glad to be here and know so many people in this room who also have this philosophy, idea of a better world, knowing that it is not an easy goal. And we are last year we had a lot of very negative experience. But to being strong to say multilateralism and international politics and approaches and solutions is the right way. Also, for me, I don't know if everybody agrees there, it is necessary to be aware that you need compromises. And this is, I think, a little bit controversial also in our group, because compromise sometimes sounds as a bad compromise. It's you are not strong enough to fight the values against the other. You are not ready to give everything against the other. But I think you cannot really manage these conflicts without being ready, also finding compromises. And I think this is an approach we also should take in mind. If it's a financial change in an institution, we have to find compromises where somebody is a winner and somebody doesn't win at this time, but perhaps next time. If we try to get it to stop a war, I think you also have to negotiate. And negotiate is for some people a form of weakness. But it's not a weakness, because we cannot be able to find solutions without having this compromise. And it was Helmut Schmidt who said it's one of the most important inventions of our time and of democracy to be ready for compromises. So I wanted to focus it, because there is one point: what are the potential obstacles and resistance to reforming institutions? The obstacles is that the public opinion is not on our side, or some egoism or some nationalisms are against us. And the other side is the side of optimism, and it's the side of thinking with also about the alternatives and being open-minded. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Feynman. You raise excellent points about compromise, negotiation, and that is what should be happening inside the Security Council. And it is not happening because there's 5 members who go to a knife fight with a gun in their pockets. And if it wasn't for the veto power, you'd see a totally different pattern of diplomacy in that chamber. And perhaps we wouldn't be in the place we are today, and we would not need to compromise the victim with the aggressor in order to reach negotiations. I think that's where it should be starting. Thank you so much. Our last but no means least speaker is the former president of Slovenia, Mr. Borut Pahor. You have the floor, sir.
Colleagues and friends, Mr. Chairman, Mr. David, let me start by supporting your idea to publicly, say that our group, our international center, is supportive to this idea of international conference on the future of United Nations. I think the time has come for a broad dialogue on this issue, and everyone should be there in the room, trying to make, as Werner has said it, by consensus or by huge majority, some sort of a new global order with effective institutions. So I think also colleague Musa proposed to say publicly with some sort of recommendation or in a way to inspire those in international community that are of the same opinion of we are. Number one, I'm wondering if there is a condition to modernize UN institutions like Security Council to get to a new level of global order, if there is a condition, a war, global conflict, or it is possible to get there without a global conflict, without a war. Let us, for example, look to the 20th century. After First World War, we've got first United Nations, League of Nations. Then that didn't work. In the middle, in mid-century, there has been a war, Second World War, and after that, United Nations. Now, the legitimate question is, do we need a global conflict to, come to a next level of international collaboration? Now, if we would be of the opinion that it is a historical fact that without a war or a global conflict, there is no chance to get there, then basically there is no room for us. There is no need for us to come together and try to, do our best to get there without a global conflict or war. So I think there is no historical, proof that there is impossible to modernize the global political community without a war. But I think there is a possibility to get there, and I think we should do whatever it takes with others who are of the same opinion as we are to avoid hot wars and with dialogue and compromises, try to reach a new level of UN or international institutions. Slovenia has been now twice a non-permanent member of the Security Council of United Nations. First in 1997, and we've just started the second term in office, let's say so. What a difference between those two terms in 20 years. In 1997, the country, the people have been so proud of the fact that we are we are part of global community, that we are deciding about global issues. Now there is a concern in my country. Looking to the war in Ukraine, looking to the this awful conflict in Gaza, there is a general concern among our people. Will we be able to reach the expectation of our own people and the peaceful majority of the people in the international community? And we are not sure that we will deliver. This is the fact. So I think to finish with, I think this idea of global international conference on the future of United Nations is a very noble one. I think our international center should support it publicly with a consensus of us, naturally. I think there are possibilities to go through this difficult period of time without a hot wars. I think there are 55 now in the world, so more than enough. So I think we should make clear that we believe, at least, we don't know, but we believe. We don't know, but we believe that there is a chance for the world to escape hot war and to get to the new level of confidence among parties in the world to tackle all the problems of international community together and get the effective solutions. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. It's really refreshing to hear you pose that question, because it's something that I wrote in a piece back in 2020 on the history and future of multilateralism, making that precise point that throughout history, humankind has come back to multilateralism, to the mindset, only after some cataclysm. whether it was the 100-Year War, whether it was the Napoleonic Wars, et cetera, et cetera. And the whole point is that we have no luxury left of waiting for a cataclysm to happen, because it's going to be our last cataclysm, and we have to do this without a major bouleversement, as they say in French. And this also plays, jives very well with the question at the outset of Mr. Bondevik's statement: is there a will? And this is perhaps an issue that one of the issues. It's been an incredibly rich discussion, and I would like to open the floor if there are questions, comments, please. We have actually about 15, 20 minutes, if we count that it should be 1 hour 15. So there's some of the points that I really picked up on was the issue of avoiding World War III or World War. Well, some have argued that a world war is in a low level intensity going on now in different parts of the world. And the further we go, the more it seems to be the case. The other issue that I thought was incredibly important was sue for peace. And I'm not sure that I would agree with the enfant terrible on this. There are many issues here, so please, are there any questions? If you need more time, let me try to address this question. Let's start with the suing for peace. Would somebody like to pick up? Eka maybe, or
why would you not agree? I mean,
why would I not agree? Because it puts the victim and the aggressor on the same. And if you sue for peace, for example, in Ukraine, you wind up doing Mr. Putin a huge favor. And if you sue for peace in Gaza, in my mind, you can hit me if you want, but you will have done what those who were behind the Gaza atrocity on the 7th of October, who thought this through, how this would play out, because there was a predictable reaction from Israel, and it was all built in, it seems. And we need to look behind the curtain. Who is there? And the best litmus test, the shibboleth, is who stands to gain. So, in the UN, we don't name countries, we name problems. So I will abstain from naming countries, but I think it's all obvious what we're talking about here. So would you like to pick up on that?
Very, very briefly to add to that, because you've already commented with your arguments as well, David, why you disagreed with the concept. We tend to forget sort of an evolutionary pathway, right? How some of the conflicts that we face now have evolved over the time. And the pattern is this: it starts with low intensity problem, which is left without any consequence, exactly and driven by the noble goal of achieving at least a partial ceasefire or a peace at the time, patching the wound, so to say, and then it comes back with a higher intensity problem. And that has been at least a pattern when it comes to the country like Russia that I can name while being not associated with the UN myself. And then we've seen that throughout the way in the region. And now we see not only a conflict, but it's a war that can already be branded really as something that either can be a precursor or a part of how the world war could look like. And part of what we don't highlight in this case as well, which has a global implication, is that unlike to any other wars, when it comes to Russia, we have a nuclear power waging the war and actually pursuing its strategic goal of almost annihilation of another country and nation, and being already open about it. And if that becomes a case when it is left without a recourse, and then compromise or pursuit for peace becomes a goal in and itself, at the expense of a victimized country, then we can say that the World War III already has a pattern. And I will not name countries there as well, how that could develop.
Thank you very much, Eka. President Calmire asks for the floor first.
So I don't know if it's work. It is. I heard a lot of words about war, about peace, about Security Council, about global reforms. We are here in Geneva, and I would like to spend some words to international Geneva. Geneva is concentrating a lot of technical organizations. Geneva is home of the European seat of the United Nations. In Geneva, you have the coordination of all the postal services. In Geneva, you decide the frequencies for cell phones. You decide about working conditions, about environment, also about the causes of conflicts, environmental problems, mine clearances. In Geneva, you have, if I may say, a controlled globalization, if I may say, on the technical level. But there are global organizations. And in Geneva, they have some problems. That means you have seen the WTO. The WTO is is really suffering, but not only. You have problems by the WHO, the health organization, and you have other organizations, for example, the ICRC, the NGO ICRC, who is losing 4,000 jobs, cutting 4,000 jobs. Also by the World Organization for Refugees, they are also cutting jobs. And I mean, we cannot do as we have, if we had only to manage current affairs. Geneva is suffering, and like every multilateral organization, it is a hub of multilateralism, and it's suffering a lot. So it concentrates a number of, first remark, it concentrates a number of data and informations, but this diversity is also its weakness. And because you have no common standards, you have no control of a collection of data. Member states are doing that. We have to reform that in order to have really effective or technical organization that can play their role, as we have seen with the WHO during the pandemic. We have to create common standards for all this information and data that are here in Geneva. Geneva is a multilateral seat par excellence, but once again, we have to, it is perceived as if we don't need anymore this multilateral technical organization. And I think it's not true. We need multilateral technical organization for the globalization of the world. We live in a world of global risk where no state, even the strongest one, can manage with pandemic, with environmental risk, with all the risk we know, with war, with peace. No strong state, even the strongest one, the US, cannot manage alone with migration, for example. We can see that. So we need this technical organization. And I would suggest we perhaps begin to talk about global reforms by reforming the technical organization. It is perhaps easier than beginning with global, like the Security Council, with political organization. It is perhaps easier, but it will bring some efficiency in the globalization of our world that we need. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's another concrete proposal, and thank you for standing up for Geneva. I have Dr. Sarah Geldin and then President Zaki.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I have just general observations. We talk about wars, which is basically the deterioration of a conflict to the point where it becomes physical destruction and so on. We, at the level of nations, have resolved that by the idea of arbitration and based against a system of laws and a judiciary structure or otherwise. I do believe that WTO, for example, has been a very successful organization. For those of you who may remember, this is where Boeing and Airbus used to take their usual disputes, and they have the dispute settlement mechanism that is part and parcel of that. Problem is, and again, I share the Chairman David's view on this, suing for peace when it's a matter of measuring strength of the aggressor versus the victim, I think is not a viable proposal. But we have to strengthen in many ways the arbitration mechanisms, not just those that rely exclusively on diplomacy between the different parts. If we can have like the International Court of Justice and so on, we have mechanisms that can play that role. Amr Moussa will remember well, some of you may not know that, but at the end of the settlement for peace between Israel and Egypt, there was the issue of Taba. Well, it was taken to international judicial arbitration, not to resume war again, but as a way of avoiding this becoming a conflict again. So I think where I haven't heard much in the discussion, the idea of strengthening the International Court of Justice, creating dispute mechanisms equivalent to what happens in WTO on trade and other things of that nature. And yes, it does create more boundaries, but it would fit under the beautiful statement which is told to young legislators, go forth and fashion the wise constraints that make people free. Thank you.
Thank you. I have President Zadlers, please.
Mr. Chairman, I really was inspired by Chancellor Feynman, who said, if we want to have a plan, we need methodology. And we are talking a lot about reforming Security Council, but there are very few proposals how to do that. What are the proposals? I'll just play devil's advocate and I'll say my proposals, and you may discuss on them. The first thing is we should increase the permanent number of permanent members according to geographic and geopolitical regions. Who is chosen? It must be done by the regions themselves. Who is respected from that region? To have more trusts than just nominated. The second point is non-permanent members must remain as a balance to majority. No veto anymore, majority vote, but we need a mechanism code to transfer the majority vote into consensus. And of course, one country, one vote. But then again, we'll quote Chancellor Feynman, we need compromises. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Funny you should mention proposals. At the last meeting in Baku, I was on a panel and I was provocative and I was an enfant terrible in that panel. And I did drop a proposal which was greeted with guffaws from some quarters, and rightly so. But my proposal was, and it still is, that we make the G20 plus African Union the permanent members, no veto, plus 14 members rotating basis. Because the G20 contains pretty much everybody who is either in the Security Council permanent members or wants to be there. Plus it has the European Union and it has now the African Union. That makes 21 plus 14 for a total of 35 The number is manageable. There is no veto. And on the no veto part is where the guffaws started and said, oh, it's not realistic. Somebody cried out. Yes, it's not realistic, but the human race has achieved things that were totally unrealistic. So it's a matter of putting our minds to it. I don't want to take up, we have very little time remaining. Mr. Musa, yeah, it's up to you now. Sorry.
But thank you. Thank you very much. I have only 4 or 5 very brief points. First one is on the use or the threat of using nuclear power, nuclear forces, nuclear bombs. In addition to what Eka has mentioned, I would mention that a member of the current Israeli government has talked about throwing nuclear bomb over the people in Gaza. So now it has become easy for anybody anywhere to threaten with the use of the nuclear weapons. This should be borne in mind by all of us. This is something very serious, very dangerous. It become easy to threat, especially from people sitting in the seat of government, the seat of power. The other one is about genocide. Genocide, now, as we meet here, the International Court of Justice has started the consideration of the complaint by South Africa and Bolivia against Israel for the crimes, for the crime of genocide, in addition to the collective punishment and other major violations of the international law and the Geneva Conventions. On the 2 other points, the one that you mentioned about the group of 20, to have them in addition, of course, with the African Union, but no Latin American organization, no other Asian organization. At the same time, with the lack of the enforcement action ability, it would be just a club to talk. They cannot order a ceasefire. They cannot order the composition of a peacekeeping force. They cannot order any other form of international enforcement action. This is the weak point in talking about an enlarged G20. They cannot perform the authority of the Security Council. Finally, you mentioned, Mr. Moderator, my dear David, about the atrocities. You used the word atrocities. And I hope that— I
know you would hit me.
I hope you can, when you consider the situation in Gaza and the way people were slaughtered, with 23 casualties, dead, killed people, with 6,000 baby and child, this is atrocity.
Which was built in.
Yes, it is built in, you are right. Yes, it's built in. It could be used anytime by the same power. We have to be honest. It was expected. What was going on in the occupied West Bank was unacceptable. So why should we consider a reaction by the Palestinians as atrocities? Of course, we shouldn't, as individual, yourself, myself, etc. Definitely we are against anything that address the civilians or harm them. But when there is military occupation, there will be always resistance. This is the rule of the game. You cannot approach the Palestinians. Why do you hit them? Because they are being hit yesterday. So you talk about today. That brings us to the compromise. The compromise is there. There was the Camp David Accords, then the Oslo Agreement. The compromise is built in those agreements. So it cannot start today. And you need more compromise, not that you need, but this would give some people the idea that let us start again and ask the Palestinians to compromise again. They have already done the compromise. There was no compromise, no approach for peace, no initiative for peace by the Israeli side. Therefore, then we must start there.
It's very difficult for me to be ruthless with somebody of your stature and of your emotions in this issue, but.
And my logic too.
And your
not
logic.
emotions.
But we have another couple of speakers. Thank you so much. Mr. Yeremich.
I see that a lot of people picked up on the enfant terrible thing, so this gives me an additional motive to go a mile further, and hopefully we're all going to meet in New York in September and in Baku in the coming months. I was suing for peace.
Max.
Yeah, sure. I'll be very quick. I think that the more I'm talking about the war in Ukraine, the longer it lasts, the worse the compromise is going to be. If you look from the perception of somebody who is sympathetic for the Ukraine cause, and I certainly am. I also come from a country that was attacked and part of its territory tried to be chopped off illegally. So I'm very sympathetic to the cause of Ukraine. And when I sue for peace, when I appeal for peace to be reached, I very much have the interest of Ukraine in my heart. I fear that the longer this goes on, the higher the price is going to be. And that the partition of Ukraine, which is going to happen at some point, it's going to be in a worse proportion if it happens, say, in this time of next year with the new government in Washington than what it could have been now. But these are my 10 cents. I really hope that first and foremost, the slaughter is going to come to an end there in that war number one that I mentioned. And of course, in this much, I'd say, more fierce war in which atrocities are abound in Gaza. However, there I fear that the international governance is going to be challenged. Ismail was mentioning ICJ. I have not very high expectations of the ICJ and the South African initiative there. That is going to set us further back, I fear, when it comes to those appeals. Okay, let's make international arbitration a choice instead of, going for a conflict. I wish I'm wrong on this, but time will tell. Thank you.
Thank you very much for making the point about suing for peace. Let me just give you no, we have two more speakers. An illustration. This morning, the Moldovan ambassador in Moscow was called into the foreign ministry and was read the Riot Act, which basically sounded a little bit like an ultimatum. So I think we need to keep those things in perspective as well. President Vicky Freiberger, please. And you are, and you too, Eka?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to intervene in response to Chancellor Feynman's proposal of compromise as a general overarching principle in solving the problems of the world. And I would like to add a nuance here, that not all compromise is justified either morally or practically. I would make a sharp distinction between questions and matters that are debatable and on which compromise is not just possible but desirable, and existential questions which are beyond dispute, which are not open to debate, and which cannot admit to any kind of compromise. Madame Calmire has pointed out about Geneva as a center of organizations that, quite apart from geopolitical commitments and ideological stances and imperialistic desires or power desires or lack of them, we have technical organizations here. We had a meeting in Nizam Ganjah, we had a meeting with the World Trade Organization leadership, and they pointed out how it is possible to work, if you like, with technical things. And I think Micheline was pointing out this, these organizations that propose technical solutions that are to the benefit of various nations in the world, and where compromise is sometimes difficult, painful, lengthy to achieve, but extremely profitable to all sides, and a win-win situation can be obtained. Whereas for existential questions, when one nation says to another, what is mine, but what is yours is also mine. That peace treaty that we signed with you is not worth the paper it is written on. You actually do not exist in our eyes. And if you persist in wishing to say that you exist and we were going to eliminate you from the face of the earth, you do not have a history except the one that we are inventing for you. You do not have a language. You are not really a people or a nation or human beings. That is not open to debate. It should not be open to debate, and there's no compromise that is possible on it. And unless the world understands the difference between the two, we are in for a very dire future.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Prime Minister Bondevik.
Yeah, first, is it working now?
Yeah.
First, back to the last dispute about compromises. I do agree with President Freiberger, because I in principle, very much in favor of compromises. And I've done so many compromises in domestic politics. But with regard to Ukraine, I find it more or less meaningless to start compromising on territory of Ukraine. That's meaningless. It's the same as Norway should negotiate with Hitler during the Second World War to give a part of Norway to Hitler. Of course, we would never do it. And I will fully understand Ukraine if they will never talk about compromises on territory. Maybe there are some other solutions, but not on territory. With regard to the Middle East, my friend Amr Musa, compromises. Yeah, you are right. There are already some compromises. You mentioned Camp David, but we have had two Camp Davids. We had the Camp David with President Carter and Sadat and Prime Minister Begin. And so we had the Camp David #2 with President Clinton, Arafat, and Barack. And I talked to Clinton after that, few weeks after his last efforts, and they were so close. They were so close. And Amr Musa knows that very well. We cannot go into detail, but Clinton summed it up. He said, you will never have a solution on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict without a solution on Jerusalem. That is the core issue. And you will never have a solution on Jerusalem without a solution on the holy sites of Jerusalem. That's the core. And so you have refugees, you have borders and so on, but Jerusalem is the main obstacle. The Oslo Accord was not a peace agreement, but it was more a way of going further for more negotiations. But of course, it was important that that PLO recognized Israel and Israel recognized PLO. And you got the Palestinian authorities ruling the West Bank. That was important by the Oslo Accord, but not more. It was not a peace agreement. It has never been implemented. So back to the important question, if you talk about reform of Security Council, who should be members? Who should be permanent members? Because we need both permanent and non-permanent members. Well, I indicated in my intervention, it's obvious that US, China, Russia must be there. I will also say the African Union, the European Union, the Arab League. And so we need a representative from Latin America. They don't, unfortunately, they don't have a strong regional organization in Latin America. So maybe you have to end up with an individual country, Brazil, for instance.
Brazil is part of the G20.
I know. And so to your proposal about the G20, that can be another solution, but that will mean a much bigger Security Council, and I'm afraid of that. But if that is a possible solution, okay, let us go for it. But then Europe will be overrepresented. Latin America will be too less represented. So there are weaknesses with the G20, bringing it over to the Security Council. But if it's a solution, okay, let us go for it. Because at least it is more fair than the current composition of the Security Council. And this, we all agree that the current composition is unfair and just.
What about the veto?
I'm in favor of not having veto anymore.
Thank you very much. Before we go to Eka for final statement, just to, as right of reply, I absolutely agree with you. No teeth means no action. But the current Security Council has teeth, there's still no action, okay? I'm not a Middle East expert by any stretch of the imagination, but when we talk about Jerusalem, I know, when we talk about Jerusalem, in my mind, the four-way agreement on Berlin comes up in my mind of 1971. That was a nut that wasn't being able to be cracked. It was cracked. So there is always, and we should always look to history to learn some lessons. I'm not saying, you know, copy and paste, but Eka, please.
2 points. And I come back always maybe as a lawyer to the normative basis and then values and principles that need to be underpinning to what we aspire to. And then it seems to me, then I guess it is something that I've began with. We are at the phase when revisionist powers are revisioning the system. So it's not even in the midst of the process. So I hardly can see that anytime soon we can come to the global compromise that can reflect commonality of the views and determination and resolve to build that common global framework. And in this process, everything comes down to who has more resolve to defend what's most important when it comes to the values and principles and norms that one aspires to be an underpinning foundation for the global order and global governance that we could imagine for the future. And if those countries that imagine that rules-based order, which reflect fair, inclusive participation of small and big states in the system, have more resolve into defending it, then we might have a chance of coming out of this process without World War III and the biggest calamity that could be then maybe conducive to the creation of the global order of that kind. And one example of lack, perhaps sufficient attention to an in-depth, value-based and norms-based related attention to the global governance-related issues, or the SDGs for that matter, is that we frequently talk about how to bankroll the changes so that the SDGs and as the goals are being achieved. But we rarely speak about what are some of the root causes of the problems that we face of non-achievement. And it's the bad governance in most of the countries as well. So we speak about how much money it will take for the goals to be achieved, but most of those money, if not you know, a sufficient amount at least, will be wasted because of corruption and bad governance in the countries, which are the reasons why perhaps most of the SDGs are not met even now, and there needs to be the global action. So if we're not honest about adherence to what it takes actually to deliver and have resolved to do it, we'll spend more time in terms of talking about money still and then bankrolling some of the reforms, and we'll have no sustainable changes to that. That is my landing actually, that we are talking about some of the aspirational changes in global order at a time when there's no momentum for that. So my message here is that we need to have alliances of those that have commonality of the goals and principles and adherence to the values, that we can strengthen ourselves in the way that we have more leverage for shaping up perhaps than future global order, rather than those who want to revise those rules. And as a representative of a small country, I do value the rules-based order where small countries have the same rights as the big ones, at least nominally in the legal terms, which is questioned right now by not only Russia, but primarily by Russia, obviously, as well.
Let's not forget, and there's no such thing as a small member state. If we could only ensure the implementation of that. I think we've gone way over our time. I'm sorry for that, but I think it's been a very interesting and robust discussion. Despite this discussion, we still have so many, it was such a rich exchange. Let me just finish. I'm not going to even attempt any wash up. Let me just make 3 points that I think need to be borne in mind. One is that I'm sorry, but I think today we have an absence of true leadership. And by true leadership, I mean leaders, whether heads of state, government, etc., who think about the common good, who look around to see how to make this world better. That is statesmanship, as opposed to politicians who wake up in the morning and check what are the latest polls. Number one. Number two, I think an unspoken elephant in the room is, not only just this room, is pervasive corruption, financial and political, which on the one side leads to poverty, but on the other, it is also the biggest enemy of the rule of law, because by definition, corruption happens there where there is no rule of law and where they learn how to avoid laws. So if they avoid financial laws, they will avoid the paper that is not worth the price it's signed on, etc. And the third element, I think we need to increasingly be aware of factoring in AI. Artificial intelligence, as opposed to another acronym, HI, human intelligence, which created and will create AI, but also look at both of these acronyms against, compare with the third acronym, which is HN, which is human nature, which doesn't change. There's plenty of things more to be said, but thank you so much for this terrific discussion. And sorry to keep, but we're eating into your time to change clothes for dinner. That's all we're doing.
How do?
Two minutes, get everybody in. You just push. And wait a bit. Now it works. It works.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a last call for the last panel. You have 5 minutes to gather together and we can start in 5 minutes.
Last panel.
Last panel of the
Let's say multilateralism, because there was an intention to go to true lateralism, multilateralism. That means we have untrue multilateralism today. And at the same time, you know, we are talking about the rising nationalism, and we have to acknowledge that the nationalism will be present forever, but it could be, you know, xenophobic and arrogant, and it could be also inclusive and cooperative. From the other point, you know, the multilateralism, it is with some specific characteristic features, might be, you know, like multilateralism with Chinese characteristics, or multilateralism with American characteristics, or multilateralism with European characteristics, and going on and going on. And it could become also super scale nationalism. And that was what we had to avoid. And I think, you know, Rosen is the right person to talk about such general topics which are so important to all mankind. Rosen, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. You're so right. So multilateralism is about rules and institutions that keep the rules. And let me start with a joke. So United Nations General Assembly, you have a party, great powers coming together, celebrating a new technology that is solving a pressing issue of humanity. The Americans say, we invented that. The Chinese say, we will manufacture that. The Indians will say, we bring the software and service to that. And the Europeans say, well, we bring rules and regulations to make it more sustainable and accessible for everybody. And the party is over. So here's my point. If this is a kind of a joke, actually it should be a nightmare to all of us, and especially to me, because we all agree that today we see global powers that are questioning rules and not bringing regulations, global powers that are weakening and not strengthening institutions. And speaking about multilateralism, speaking about peace, peace is only possible when you have rules and you have institutions that are there to keep the rules for everybody. And when you see today what's going on, and especially as we all agree, we have a record number of conflicts and crises and refugees and terrorism running all over European and global capitals, then we understand that actually, as we all agree, we are moving into from one to another global order, and we are in a transition period. And in that transition period, we have global and regional powers putting their ambitions. And some of those global and regional powers, they have revisionist agenda. For example, Putin, long before attacking Ukraine, he said very clearly, this is my power, this is my sphere of influence, and I want this to be respected. And here is my very simple point. If we have weak rules, weak institutions, and global power games, that is bringing us, first of all, before the First World War, because as there is a famous book proving the nations were sleepwalking into the first global war because there were very weak institutions and there were very egoistic interests of the global powers. And there was a revisionist power trying to question the order. But that also brings us to the time before the Second World War. And I'll tell you when are we going to come exactly into this. Let me just very briefly I'm a very positive person, but I'm an engineer, manager from the profession, so I'm realist. And let me give you a scenario. Hopefully it's not going to be realistic, but think about 2024. We have a lot of elections. Do you know that probably the most important election in 2024 is just happening this Saturday? It's not the American one. And it's an election in Taiwan. So let me tell you, you have three candidates. Two are very anti-China. And China is going to be very upset. And one is talking about the middle way. So then imagine you have a very anti-China candidate coming to Taiwan. And then you have also American elections looming. And you have probably President Biden and the Democrats finally understanding their big mistake of supporting President Biden for a second mandate. And somewhere in the middle of June, they have to take a very important decision. Is that Biden, 81-year-old man who is forgetting what he says sometimes, who is falling on the stage, speaking about wisdom and strength? I'll be very honest. I'm not going to be diplomatic. But I was wondering, a very wise president, one of them was the president of Israel, Shimon Peres. Another one was the president of Germany, Gauck. He restored the heavyweight of German presidency, and he had a very successful mandate. And then he called me, he said, I don't want to have a second mandate. I said, why? Well, because I am a symbol of the presidential institution of Germany, which is one of the most important ones. I don't want people to see me falling on the stage, forgetting what I'm talking about, being so weak that nobody is going to hear to me. No, because I'm institutional, I'm not playing strong power political games. I'm a wise man. I refuse a second mandate in order to make the presidential institution of Germany, or probably the United States, stronger in a very special year, which could probably going to define what's going to happen in the future. And now imagine President Biden is taking this wrong decision as a difference to the president of Germany, Gauck. And then you have President Trump coming. The first thing what we all agree he will do is flying to Moscow, talking to Putin and legitimizing basically frozen conflict in Ukraine. And he will basically say, well, that's Ukrainian war. It's European war. It's not my war. Biden puts America last, Ukraine first. I put America first. It's not my war. And then at the end of this year, you have a new Chamberlain, somebody who went to Hitler in the beginning of the Second World War, said, I'm there for freedom. I'm there to defend American interests, and basically legitimizing, as Chamberlain did it in 1939, somebody who plays great power games in a big scale. So if you go to the history of any single country in the world, and especially the small and the biggest and the middle-sized one, they all paid a huge price for great powers playing their great power games, all of them. It's not just my country, it's all of them, it's the same. So that is why when you see great powers playing their great powers games,
There is no way to have peace. And peace should not be just peace, it should be a sustainable peace. And that is why there is no way to have sustainable peace if you have strong men playing great power games. That is why actually I just make my final very important point. Who is that project in the world today that is giving a hope that actually great powers refuse playing great powers games? They become not great anymore in order to have not just peace, but sustainable peace. And that project is called European Union. You have powers like Germany, like France, who said, we don't want to be great anymore. And we give a veto right even to all the small countries. For example, today a small Estonia with less than 2 million population can veto big Germany with 85 million population. And that's okay for the Germans because they know that peace is only possible when every nation has a word to say. And that is why, speaking about the reform of the United Nations General Assembly, the United Nations, I totally agree with those who say G20 plus, David, you're right, plus, but you say no veto. I would say there has to be a veto, but there has to be a mechanism how to overcome that veto in a kind of a compromise proposed by President Chancellor Feynman. And that's exactly what I would envision. And by the way, again, it's the European Union moving exactly into this direction. The European Union is saying, we delivered 8 years of peace to a war-torn country. We brought Germany and France together that hated themselves for centuries. And we are bringing sustainable, not just peace, sustainable peace, but that's possible if everybody is important and everybody sticks to the rules. And if they don't, you have to sanction them. And you have an early warning mechanism in the European Union, like in the United States. If somebody is violating rule of law and human rights, you have to sanction when it's that not developing is a very big crisis. So we can learn from the European Union. And that is why I'm coming back to my point of when I started, when you see global powers, great power games, when you see strong men, spheres of influence, we have to start being very worried. Actually, my appeal is to ordinary people, to ordinary voters all over the world. Half of the people this year will vote. Please don't vote for strong men. Vote for wise men. Because you could be very strong and have a nuclear armed force and the biggest territory on the planet. But if you attack and occupy your neighbor, this is not a wisdom. Could be strength, but it's not a wisdom. You could be very strong and block everybody at the United Nations Security Council because you have a veto right, but it's not wisdom. Because basically you're blowing the world order and there is no hope for the others. And that is why I would wish to the voters from Taiwan, to the United States, to Russia, and many other, because it depends on ordinary people, to vote in a way that we have more wise and less strong people in power. And just again, coming to Gaza, because very hot point, I was wondering, President Shimon Peres, who dreamed about peace, and do you know what happened with him? There was a strong man and a wise man in Israel. The strong man was called Bibi, and the wise man was called Shimon Peres. And Bibi was trying to arrest, Bibi was trying to prosecute Shimon Peres. You remember history. And Shimon Peres was, anytime when he was falling, he was saying to his own people, when I fall, hit by Bibi, I always fall looking at the stars because I continue dreaming about peace. But it's a dream, but it's not reality. So again, support not strong but wise people. And that's what we would like to see more, not strong leaders like Putin and Trump and others who actually move this joke about rules and regulations to nightmare to all of us, because actually they're destroying rules and regulations. And of course, there is no way to talk about multilateralism if we have leaders that are playing their great power games. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much, Rosen. I've got your message that leadership is the most important problem in our world, and vote for the smart minds. And if you find somebody who is wise and strong at the same time, vote for him. So now I have the privilege to give the floor to Cyril Gaburici, He's a man who has experienced about 30 years living in the frozen conflict area. So, and I think he has something to say to all of us, and I would like to hear from him, what was the right things done to keep this conflict frozen? What were the failures? And is Moldova really happy about the present status, or something could be done better? The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. If the conflict is still on, I think nothing was done in a proper way. But yes, thank you. My name is Kirill Gaburic. I'm coming from Moldova, which is a very small country, and I don't like the word undeveloped, but developing country, I would call it in case of my country. And we have this situation with Transnistria. So it's a frozen conflict that started more than 30 years ago. And I strongly believe that, especially now, in our days, the solution is in between Tiraspol and Chisinau, and among those people to sit and to be able to have a proper communication. Because what we faced so far, we couldn't find the proper way to have a proper communication. So that is something that continuously is moving from one year to another year, and it's never being solved. Of course, it's important to have partners getting into this. We need their support, and we need the support from both sides, but they can't do the work. So the work should be done by us, by individuals living there and facing that situation on a daily basis. I think we are living in the dialogue that we miss today in our daily activity is something that we miss all around the world. I'm not talking now only about Moldova, but when I'm talking about small and undeveloped countries, I think these are the countries that suffers a lot. At every single, it can be an economical shock, or it can be a social or political shock. The economy of this country is suffering twice more or even more in some of the cases. Usually the poor and vulnerable countries or undeveloped countries are having an immature administrative system. At the same time, it's very highly politicized and with inefficient public institutions. And in these kind of countries, the democracy is extremely fragile and easily slips into dangerous extremes or radicalisms. And we were talking today about the fact that humanity in our days entered dangerous turbulences, and there are some estimated costs for year 2023, where it's very clear that last year the humanity invested in military equipments and army $2.5 trillion. So $2.5 trillion in 1 year invested in military equipment and army. The leader, we talked today, the leader is USA with around $900 billion. But this figure shows us that the competition, that there is a huge global competition. The competition is for power. And that's very dangerous. In the same time, these figures are showing us that there is an global economical model that generates sufficient resources for a continuously development of the country, or of the countries in general, of the world. And if the problems that we are facing today are created by humans, I think we humans, we should be the solution for solving them. And we need to learn how to put or how to set up correct the priorities. We need to understand that we need to move from global competition to global cooperation, and that requires a lot of efforts. The national objectives also should become or should be in line with the global objectives. And this kind of the institutions like United Nations, their authority should be strengthened and their influence on the global organizations should be increased. They should have a proper mechanism for international cooperation in order to be able to tackle these common issues. And when I'm talking about common issues, we see all of them in the list of SDGs, but this is the issue related to the global warming, the issues related with the inequality, the issues related with the pollution of the soil, water, and air, the issue with migration, and the issue related to the fact that not all the people on the globe have access to education and to the medical health care. We have a lot of serious problem in front of us, and we need also people that are able to think in a different way. We are talking today about the leaders that can face the transformation, and these leaders should be able to create a culture, a new culture, a culture of cooperation, I would call it. I mentioned earlier about that high figures that we are investing or spending for the military equipment and the army. Let's imagine that if we, at the beginning for next year, we ask 10% of those money from all these superpowers to invest in these common problems that we have. And I think we are coming easily to $250 billion for solving the common problems. And if we have, or we convince the other stakeholders like business and big enterprises, we can easily double this amount and we can have $500 billion for 1 year to put the people together that are working for the common problems to be solved, are working for the demilitarization, are working for equality and for the human rights and for the good clean air, clean water, clean soil, and so on. So putting people together for the common problems, I think it's something that we need to do. And at the end of the day, imagine that our friend Zlatko today was showing us a file with a lot of red and gray part of it where we need to recover. So imagine though how much satisfaction all of us will have when we'll see them with green or delivered. I think we have enough funds, we have people, the right people that can put over the mechanisms to things to work. We have skills, and it's up to us to decide what kind of future are we leaving behind us to our next generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I got your message. You know, the military expenses will go up instead of, you know, using these financial resources for the peoples in need globally. And we need, again, a leadership, you know, who will be thinking and looking at the world in a much different way. Thank you. So the next speaker is Paul Weber. And he has a tremendous experience, you know, in conflict solutions and in conflict, you know, observations. And my questions would be, you know, how to prevent conflicts and how it means, again, we need methodology, you know. Okay, there's one proposal that we have to be informed and we need an early warnings, but then the question is who is warning and who is receiving these warnings and which institutions are receiving the warnings, and afterwards we need to mediate it. Again, who are the institutions who may mediate and solve these problems, and again, how we can arrange all these peacekeeping processes afterwards. So I know you are an expert, you will give the right answers and we will all be happy. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. President. I'm not really an expert on these major issues, but I'm a scholar and trying to understand over the years what is happening. I will answer very quickly on your question what amazes me today in the 21st century is that all these mechanisms existed in the Cold War era, and they have totally disappeared. It is quite impressive to see today that all these conflict resolutions, especially in arms control, all the treaties that were set up, all the hotlines, red telephones that were set up, especially after the Cuban Missile Crisis, all this mechanism and institutional wiring suddenly disappeared at the end of the Cold War, where we have now fragmentation, no discussion any longer. So all this makes me worry a lot and puts to me a lot of questions. But I did prepare a few remarks as requested in the terms of references of this panel. And I did choose, Mr. President, if you allow, the issue of regional organizations. How can they sort of play a role in shaping a global policy and a new agenda for peace? And here I would like to stress, as a European, I am a European, not just a Frenchman. I feel really a European. I prefer to define that like that because sometimes there are question marks. Europe has, since its very inception, since the Monnet method, since Schuman, since all these founding fathers, has had a very multilateral approach to international affairs, and especially within the context of, and then those days, the European Community. By the way, a much nicer wording than European Union. Unfortunately, Maastricht gave that wording up. I think, I just realized that looking at history, we are today seeing one thing is the declining influence of the post-World War II multilateral institutions, and particularly sitting today in Geneva, the UN, of this wonderful institution that are the United Nations. Now, what matters most, obviously, in 2024 would be where the global issues can be addressed simultaneously and in unison, because these are obviously needed. And there I do have, unfortunately, many question marks. But all that leads to the issue of reform. Why? Because the tone and the ideas that are dispelled before the Summit of the Future, which will be held this year, lead to this idea. Can we today find at last, we don't have much time, a moment where we sort of take stock taking and then really propose real solutions? And here, I was impressed by Mark Malloch Brown, all known to you. Most recently, he put up a paper which really impressed me, and he said, we can still be creative in marginal measures that could lead to reform, and so he puts aside, as was discussed this morning, the idea, let's separate the part of the United Nations that is working with difficulty, peace and security, I mean the Security Council, from the technical organizations, the technical agencies that are doing excellent work and which still require reform, obviously, but let's work on them first. And there he mentions two articles of the Charter. He mentions Article 27.3 and especially Article 99. Now, Article 99, as we know, was hardly ever used since the inception of the United Nations, but Secretary General Guterres did use it a few weeks ago regarding, obviously, the drama unfolding in Gaza. Actually, it was on December 6th. It's the first time, by the way, which is quite astonishing, that he uses it in his mandate. And the last time it was invoked was when was that? In the 70s. So the question is, can we build up the role of the Secretary General as a proponent of addressing, alerting when peace and security are at risk, and give him this wherewithal and this strength to put this on the table and on the agenda of the world at large? Now, everybody will say by using Article 99, what's the result? But there is a result. There is a political message that goes out from the United Nations and from its Secretary General. So I think that is already a positive factor, all the more so as he's been heavily criticized in the past. So there is a sort of a wake-up call that came out from the Secretariat. The second point is, which after 99, Article 99, and here Europe has also played a major role, is the concept of effective multilateralism. It is a European invention. It did come up in the 90s, and many reports, many communiques were sent out from Europe, and it has become actually now the main focus of the European Union and its member states to work towards its realization. And as you all know, it's based on three issues: upholding international norms and agreements, extending multilateralism to new global realities, climate, health, and other important issues, and thirdly, making multilateral organizations fit for purpose. This was helped by also the idea that France and Germany launched in 2019 called the Alliance for Multilateralism. This Alliance for Multilateralism was also an engine that allowed the concept to be sort of widespread in the foreign policies of the member states. And I think it has also reaped quite some benefit in a broader setting, such as the General Assembly, where it has also been accepted as maybe a mechanistic way ahead. Now, the last issue I just wanted to broach, and I finish, is the concept of decoupling and de-risking. You know, it's now today a big concept, especially on the trade or on the economic side. But the question would be, can we decouple from multilateralism? Is that even feasible? Or can we de-risk instead? Now, there's a shift in ideas. We cannot decouple from globalization. We cannot simply disjoint ourselves, but we can start de-risking a little bit what Europe is doing with China. But the idea is that we can de-risk by creating new models, new approaches to multilateralism. And here, obviously, you have one good example, is the concept of minilateralism that is much discussed today. And again, recently in Jordan by Prince Hassan. Prince Hassan has launched this concept of minilateralism for the Levant region at a regional level, a coalition of the willing, who are willing to work on certain economic, social, and even political issues, might be the best way to defend multilateralism, which is in difficulty, as we all know. So you see, there is still hope. There is still hope, even if we recognize that multilateralism is in difficulty. There are ways and means at the margin to try and reinforce its concept, even in the dire state of the international situation of these days. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Paul. You know, I just got some messages. I knew that the mechanisms existing during the Cold War had disappeared. That's nothing new. But I really liked you put an emphasis on effective multilateralism of EU, and also the way from decoupling to de-risking, and as well as an idea of regional minilateralism, which could be much more effective than global multilateralism. So thank you very much to you. Good ideas. Now I have to pass to David XXVII, and he's going to talk about the arms control. And we are of the same age about that, and we remember the Cuban crisis. We remember, the responsibility of a bipolar world, and not only the Helsinki Agreement was achieved, but also a lot of arms control and even reduction treaties were signed. For example, nuclear test ban, nuclear non-proliferation treaty, Convention Forces Europe treaty, strategical arms reduction. I emphasize once more, reduction treaty. So, and even there were ideas of nuclear-free regions, and we have some states globally. I'm not talking about Andorra, but Costa Rica, who has no army at all. So everything is possible, but what's possible globally today? I think you have good ideas about that.
Thank you very much, Aldous. I don't know if I have good ideas. Also, I don't really remember the Cuban Missile Crisis. I was 5 years old. So at that time, you're not really worried about the Cuban Missile Crisis, but I am certainly a scholar of that period. And you're right. I mean, if we think back 55 years, 50 years, even 60 years back, disarmament and arms control were the flavor of the decades. Not only that, they were the determining factor, the policy factor in the relationship of the two superpowers. If the superpowers managed to agree on issues of disarmament, arms control, it meant that the whole relationship was much better, better off. And indeed, there was a huge body of law that was created. And the interesting thing is that indeed the Cuban Missile Crisis was the watershed when the world, the two superpowers, realized that this was no way to run a railroad, as they say. I said two superpowers, but then they weren't at the time superpowers, and one of them was never a full superpower. Indeed, disarmament was this favorite flavor because it was deemed as the rite of passage, as the stamp that you have arrived at the superpower status. And what the Soviet leadership was craving was the term parity. And it was constantly denied. And then they said, okay, rough parity. So, but there was a rhyme and reason to all this. There was also the theory of mutually assured destruction, which was the big gorilla that scared everybody and kept the syndrome created after the Cuban Missile Crisis in place. Let's not forget, the Cuban Missile Crisis was in October 1962. By 1963, the United States signed, and the Soviet Union signed the Partial Test Ban Treaty, the Nuclear Test Ban Treaty soon after that. And in general, the process was aimed at creating this body of law. Now, why was that? Because the term disarmament or arms control was a concept that very quickly gathered a large segment of the national security policies of the major countries. It was one of the elements to ensure national security. Not only nuclear weapons, those who had them, not only strong armored forces, not only large armies of human armies, but also disarmament, which was a way to affirm the strength and the role of diplomacy. And actually, these countries who engaged in disarmament discussions and talks and achieved things, they believed that disarmament was one of the methods of keeping your nation safe. Now, today, when we say the word disarmament, we sound a little bit like Hillary Clinton, who, when she lost to Trump, she said, "What happened?" Because it's sort of, we fast forward and there is no disarmament. Even such basic bedrock treaties as the ABM Treaty, the Anti-Ballistic Missile Treaty, which formed the basis of the SALT I, so-called SALT I, even that was discarded. The INF Treaty, International Intermediate Nuclear Forces Treaty, which I witnessed being signed in the White House in 1987 when I was based in Washington, and Gorbachev and Reagan signed them. And then when then Chief of Staff to President Reagan, Senator Howard Baker, took the ratified treaty and flew to Moscow while Reagan was already there in order to bring it to Moscow. It was dramatic, but good dramatic scenes that we all remember. And when we asked this question, what happened? I think it was absolutely right. President Plevnev said that things changed after the demise of the bipolar world. They changed for a number of reasons. One was, as I wrote in a piece back in 2001, the US and the entire West felt like, okay, we can all go have a nice barbecue on a beach somewhere because the Soviet Union is gone. This big monster is no longer there. Who would have thought that this could come back 32 years later to bite us? But the problem was that there was not much thought given to it. There was not much thought given to putting together a universal, if you want, or general sort of security arrangement that everybody would be more or less involved in or happy with. There were some placebos, like involving the Russians in the G7 and other things. But in reality, there was no wish or desire to share anything and have them take part in something. And that is what the Russians felt really bad about. I have this theory, those of us who are fond of American popular culture, they had two complexes they developed. One was the Rodney Dangerfield complex, which is an American comedian whose entire shtick was based on, I don't get no respect. I don't get no respect. And the other one was the Glenn Close in the movie with Michael Douglas, where she's pursuing him. And at one point she says, I will not be ignored. And this started happening. So by 2007, the Russians were in an ugly mood. And again, the February 2007 speech by Putin. So we are today, and I keep saying this, today we are at the new stage of trying to create a new world, because what we thought we were creating in 1992, it didn't work out. If it had worked out in the first quarter to the end of the first quarter of the 21st century, we would not be in this position. We would not be talking about why the Russians are demolishing Ukraine and why so many conflicts are coming up. There is no more system. Middle powers and smaller powers are on their own recognizance. Nobody wakes up in the morning and calls either Washington or Moscow asking, may I get out of bed? They go out and do whatever they want to do without checking, and thus they are not really accountable to anybody. So, okay, describing the difficult sort of landscape is one thing, but how do we address this? And frankly, as we discussed in the previous panel, and this was mentioned also before, it's very difficult to get people to talk when there is a total absence of any respect towards each other, a total absence of any will to discuss things, and a total absence of grounds to be regarded as an interlocutor. And this is where we're at now. I was remembering just now, 1987, my first job was assistant to the Soviet ambassador and chief of protocol of the Soviet embassy in Washington, 5 years, 1985 to 1990, Gorbachev time. It was halcyon days. We were working together with the United States teams, State Department, White House, everybody. And we were doing the same job. We weren't working against each other. So when I see now what the Russians and the Americans have created or have demolished in their relationship, I couldn't understand how it could fall that far. But because it has fallen that far, it will take a long time there is not even a modicum of trust. And then you have the Chinese factor. And so this dysfunctionality at the top level among the three countries is poisoning everybody else onwards down. And just to finish, I'm sorry, there are things that were not visible or didn't exist back then. When you have the likes of North Korea and Iran providing military equipment to the likes of Russia, there's something really wrong with this picture. And it will take some time and a lot of effort, but there has to be a will to apply that effort. And how we get to the will, that is the question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, David. That was a nice review about the history, what was pretty well done in the period of Cold War, and everything now is disappeared. And I would like to everybody to remember the word parity. The parity was a principle of that time, not competition, who is stronger, but to keep the parity, that we are equal, even in a power game. And then the disarmament was a method to keep your nation safe. Today, we have just an opposite. We buy more arms to keep in the desire to keep our nation safe, and that's again an opposite. And nobody is accountable to anybody today, and that's also a reality, And I totally agree about the will, respect, and trust. And these relations that we have in between the big powers are poisoning everybody on this planet. But I just add from myself, nowadays we very often remember and quote the Putin's Munich speech in 2007, and it was about that the West and unipolar world is the wrong world, according to Putin. But we don't remember American president's speech in 2009, only 2 years later in Prague, when he declared a proposal, an initiative of nuclear disarmament. Can you imagine? We still don't remember the President of America offered an initiative for nuclear disarmament, and nobody responded. So something went wrong in the long run in our world. Thank you very much, David, again. I really liked it. But we have to now focus on something that is much more important than wars, because wars are a problem. But the most important thing is sustainable development. And it's very important to understand what sustainable development may improve before the conflicts start, and what they have to improve after conflicts are stopped. How to foster peace and how to prevent wars. Now I give the floor to Agi Besh, and she is a competent person to answer these questions.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed, I wanted to kind of go back in this logical sequence and talk a little bit about the root causes behind all of the discussions that we had. And of course, every conflict is different and contextual. Some have a bigger impact on the world, and others are more contained. But beyond the conflicts that we mentioned today several times, we need to know that there is basically 1 in 4 of the world's population lives in fragility or conflict affected areas. So that's basically 1/4 of the world. So it's not just those big conflicts, but we tend to forget, following the media attention about Sudan and Afghanistan is, of course, nobody really talks about it anymore. But I think, this is all connected. We're talking about the existential crisis of multilateralism, and we're talking about global governance. And I think Ika made this very good point, which I subscribe to, that how can we expect global governance to be reformed where national governance failures are all over the world? You're expecting a global public good mentality to come through at the global scale, when at the national scale, it's not the trend that we're seeing. And this is true for developed and developing countries as well. Many of you are familiar with the Human Development Report and the Human Development Index. So this is something that UNDP tracks for decades now. And for the last 2 years, for the first time ever, the whole set is falling behind. We're not talking about human development falling in developing countries and conflict-affected countries. It's everywhere. So we really need to look at it. Why is this happening? So it's a little bit like, the 5-year was asking their parents, but why? So I think we really need to go down that route and analyze the problems beyond the big global politics, because all of them have the underlying root causes. So, when we look at it and we look at war, and the ambition of peace and the prevention, and when we look at humanitarian response after conflicts and disasters, what we're seeing is actually this is development failures. This is the cause of development failures. And a lot of the times these development failures are happening, really we can pinpoint to many things, but one thing is for sure, it's governance failures. Governments don't work, governance doesn't work. So when you put that into this global spectrum that you all talk about, what has also changed beyond governments don't work, because that's not new. We always had corrupt governments, we always had incompetent governments, or whatever context we had. But I think what changed from the global spectrum is that the models and the examples to follow that had some kind of standards is no longer credible. It's no longer trusted, and it's no longer intended to follow. So when you're working in Africa and you're talking about good governance or democratic governance, the United States or democratic governance model used to be the etalon that we follow, the electoral advice and so forth. And now that's lost credibility. So it's very difficult to provide advice on governance when the models that we have been following for decades are really falling apart and questions themselves. But moving away from that, in terms of what are the underlying causes, from a development perspective, it's really coming down to a lot of the socioeconomic issues. So when you look at fragility, wars, whether it's interstate wars or civil wars or whatever they may be, a lot of the underlying causes are about socioeconomic situation. Societies don't have trust in their governments, and they lost hope in their own ability to have a normal life within the context that they live in. So they're looking for other ways. Some migrate, so that creates a migration problem that, of course, Europe is facing quite acutely. Some join violent extremist organizations, and then conflicts and wars develop. And then the ripple down effect of that is a refugee crisis that goes into countries that in the first place already struggled with their own social contracts, with their own social services. And suddenly they have, for example, an influx of refugees twice as big as their own cities that need to absorb it. So all of this ripple down effect actually exacerbate the already existing development problems and adding to it and creating others. So what we're kind of advocating for is really to address the root causes of this crisis. When we talk about prevention of peace or prevention of wars and peace building, what we're talking about is development. And what's happening because of all of these crises is that we are disinvesting in development, and we're investing in military spending. Somebody was talking about it today. I can give you also the statistics that was lacking. It's 2 trillion for the first time ever in 2022 in military spending, and compare this to the official development assistance of 200 billion that we talked about before. So we are expecting an outcome globally on development, on peace, that is not commensurate with the investments that we're making. So unless we change the patterns of investment, and this is not just about money, this is about investments of political support, processes, capacity building, and all kinds of assistance that we are collectively providing, it's very difficult to expect different outcomes. So what is also interesting is that, just to stress the point of the socioeconomic situation, we had done twice now an analysis of reasons, for example, in Africa, why people and young people are joining violent extremist organizations. And when we did the first set of studies a few years ago, several years ago, it was a lot of the ideology, amongst other reasons. And a recent study last year showed an enormous shift, which was not for ideological reasons, it was for economic reasons. It was to better their lives. So that all goes back to the point where we need to invest. Now, when we talk about the multilateral system and what part of the multilateral system addresses it, I mean, a lot of the focus was on the political side of the system, on the Security Council and so forth. But when we're talking about what addresses the root causes, it's a development system, whether it's the UN development system or we're interpreting it broader, of course, the humanitarian system and the peace system, the peace building and prevention system that's behind it. And we must admit here that I think one of the other problems is that this system is also siloed. When you're looking at the conflict we're trying to address or prevent, the people in these conflicts are not waking up in the morning asking for humanitarian assistance and in the afternoon for a little bit of development assistance and maybe some peace building. They want solutions. And the way we're offering these solutions are siloed. We're offering it through a development lens, to humanitarian lens, and the peace lens. So one way forward when we're talking about what we can do to strengthen multilateralism in an effective way is to bring these systems together that takes it from the perspective of the people whose life we're trying to help or the systems we're trying to transform. The second point is that I haven't heard much talk about, but I think it's quite important when it comes to the root causes. We talk about it in climate, the role of youth, but we haven't talked enough about the role of youth in prevention and peace building. I mean, if you just look at Africa, the average age of the African population, I think there was a statistic a couple of years ago, it's I think 19 years old. And the average age of the leaders of Africa are 65. So basically we have young people led by an older generation of leaders, and we haven't really found collectively and globally a way to meaningfully involve young people into these processes. So the second point here is really to find a way to meaningfully engage with youth and finding ways where the future is built with them and not for them. The third point I wanted to make is on the social contracts. I mean, why is it happening that, why are these government failures allowed? I mean, part of it is, of course, power and control. You all know that. But part of it is because there are certain social contracts that are maintaining it and allowing it. And as long as those social contracts are maintained, in a lot of the cases, there's very little incentives or hope of populations that they can change the situation. So even if we have societies that would thrive for a different pathway, there's enough in the social contract that doesn't allow that to happen. So we also need to look at how do we work with the civil society and the different kind of elements of social policies that would allow some change to come through. And just to give you an example that's related to this, and corruption was mentioned as one of the main governance issues. We have seen now examples where there are situations and governments, and I will not name countries, but we work in countries where we cannot address corruption head on with the government. We have to work in these countries, and I see, many times the UN is criticized for working with governments that are not necessarily the most democratic. But we can find ways of addressing underlying corruption that allows these governments to function. So to give you an example, digitalization of government services, especially the smaller services, it actually can wipe out discretionary corruption of the middle or small layer of civil servants. And that's already a big step forward, because that means the average citizen actually has an equal way of accessing the services that they consider to be corrupt and unevenly accessible depending on the situation. And my last point, I'm sure other people can add much more to that. I really want to bring in a little bit into discussion and your consideration the evolution of technology and AI. It was mentioned a few times, but it's really huge, and we underestimate, and I think collectively don't fully understand the impact that it's going to bring by. And what is even more worrying, that there is an enormous gap in this understanding between the public sector and the public goods sector, if I want to broaden it, and the private sector and others that are using it for other purposes. So, you know, there's a word that's trying to move ahead on sustainable development that doesn't necessarily understand or has the resources to take advantage of technology and AI. And there is another part of the world that's using it for their own purposes, and the resources invested on that side and the advances and the understanding is a multiplier of the understanding of the public sector. So if we bring it down to the level of governments, I think what's also needs to happen from a prevention perspective is helping governments to anticipate and to have early warnings, mechanisms for the risks that are coming up. So government policies don't only respond to yesterday's problems and today's problem, but they are able to develop policies that are anticipating tomorrow's problems because of technology, because of AI, because of other fast changes that are happening, because these changes are happening much, much faster than governments can react. So what can we do from the multilateral systems perspective to support governments to anticipate their problems of tomorrow? And I think this is also an area where we have not traditionally invested very much. So just to sum up, I think we need to look at, as a multilateral system, beyond the political side, where we are investing our energies, our resources, and our political capital, and what is the outcome that we're looking for globally, and what are the really underlying root causes of development issues that we need to address. And I refer to it in the finance section, but when we're connecting it to the financing, it's very clear that we are playing a little bit of a band-aid mechanism with financing on humanitarian crisis and humanitarian responses, and we're running out of band-aids. And then we forgot about the development side because we simply don't have money to invest in that to prevent and address the root causes, and we're running out of the resources to actually address the impact of it. I think what's the challenge here in this financing side, it's very difficult to sell a product or sell a service or an intervention where the result, if nothing nothing happens. It's very difficult to go to the donors and say support prevention, and the result will be that nothing will happen. But that's the outcome we're looking for, and I think that's the challenge of our inability to measure the impact of avoiding conflicts and the impact of no conflicts actually happening.
Thank you very much. We got some messages at first. Peace means development. Government's failures leads to development failures, and there is a massive loss of credibility, and there are no standards to follow. That's much more important. We need examples to follow, and now it's missing. Then very, very good proposals. Each government must introduce artificial intelligence, and that will create much more, success in fighting corruption. You need youth involvement, and it was really dramatic. That the average was 90 years, and the average of ruling establishment was 65. So too big gap. They will never understand each other. And this was already mentioned before, that every government needs a risk manager. So just to understand the risks are nearby and warn, that's again about the warning the governments, very, very, very important messages. Thank you very much. Now, the humanity And human attitude is above all. And now we have the last speaker to make the closing remarks, Madame Calmire. And she will speak about international humanitarian law. We are all humans. We need to think about the humanitarian law and to respect the humanitarian law. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. The Western world ended the year 2023 worse than it began. It is due to the gulf between its words and its actions in Ukraine, which has been made a priority with no real serious follow-up in delivery and in support. And his unreserved support for the most extremist government in Israel's history contributed no less to his loss of credibility. And now about your questions about the respect of international humanitarian law. The world is living through a time of intense suffering, and it's at times like these when vulnerable people are murdered, taken hostages, wounded and killed, victims of indiscriminate bombing, of brutal warfare. It's all times like these that we cannot remain indifferent. It's at times like this that we most need the law, not an abstract law, but a protective law. In legal terms, the most important rule is the prohibition on the use of force laid down in the United Nations Charter. But if a conflict does break out, the rules of international humanitarian law apply. International humanitarian law was born here. Its aim is to protect and limit the suffering caused by conflict. The rules of international humanitarian law apply regardless of whether the conflict is deemed legal or not, and to all parties of the conflict, aggressor and aggressed alike, and not only to state armed forces, but also to rebel groups or territory claims. The first historical text dates back 1864. It was born of the indignation of Henri Dunant, who witnessed the way combatants were treated in the Battle of Solferino and led to the creation of the Red Cross. Today, the humanitarian corpus comprises 4 conventions of 1949 and 3 additional protocols. Now, we have also a observation a claim from South Africa. It claims that Israel's war in Gaza is in the nature of genocide. It is a claim before the Court of Justice, the judicial most important body in the United Nations architecture. In any case, even if the court is not expected to rule for several years, it will have to rule quickly on South Africa's request for conservative measures. That means an immediate stop to the fighting in Gaza and to cease calls for hatred. If the decision of the International Court of Justice or the rules of the international humanitarian law are not respected, the only option left is a diplomatic solution.
So the message was very clear. We cannot remain indifferent in any case of when somebody is suffering, and the humanitarian law is designed to protect and help to those who suffered from a conflict. We cannot imagine that any war will not hurt the civilians and people who are not involved in the battle. But we have to reduce these casualties to the minimum. If the violence is abused, we have to apply the international law, humanitarian law. So we have 5 minutes left. Is there anybody who wants to make some statements or questions? Yes, please.
most of all, first, thank you very much for the most interesting afternoon. But I think that also the very broad variety of all these challenges, what you have, reminded me that when we made the Rio process and we tried to make the report for this Agenda 2030, we wanted to make as comprehensive picture as possible. We might succeeded in that, but then how to go further so that these goals could be also achieved, and what is the connection between them. So thank you very much for the discussion today, because I think that we should also try now, coming closer to the future summit next September, and why not also the Baku conference, to think that in which way we could coordinate such kind of the combinations of different goals, which could speed up the process, not perhaps the whole picture, but some items with that. And that came into my mind, that how to strengthen the processes between the different goals, and then perhaps also to help to create a stronger will for the peace. Thank you very much.
It was almost 2 years ago when a group of us were together in Moldova, just right after Russian aggression on Ukraine. And Cyril was hosting us. We had an NGIC delegation over there. And that was the time when it was not so sure, will Russians do attack Moldova tomorrow or not? That was we were talking about what European Union should do. And we were talking, we had the meeting with the president and prime minister, and we were insisting that European Union, our message was that European Union should send a strong message to Moldova, not with NATO, but with development. And I strongly support any idea that Madam Veres was talking about, to make connection between peace and sustainable development, especially having in here our items 6 and 7 of our talking points in here. We see what is the European Union, for example, and the United Nations can do together. Sustained development goals, as I think Igor was mentioning this morning. Mladen knows very much how much we were promoting the idea that in Western Balkan, we tackle 5 areas of development, regardless of negotiations about accession. It was creating an economic space, a green agenda, digital transformation, health, and whatever. So my point is very simple. If Cyril, when we were there in Moldova, it was clear that Moldova is strongly depending on Russia because of the energy. And it was very simple. I mean, if they did that 2 years ago, if they supported you with green transformation as part of European Green Deal, part of Western Balkan Green Deal, whatever. I mean, today, because you had capacity, intellectual capacity, technical capacity, everything, to transform your energy into green energy. That's just simple idea. What I want to say that I think we should be much more vocal on putting connections in between development and peace building and development again and again and again. Because with all due respect, when we get European perspective, as we got back in Thessaloniki back in 2005, we were so enthusiastic about having European perspective. But today we're a little bit tired of perspective, because it looks like we are talking with imams and priests who are telling us that one day in another world there will be much better life. So we have to do something to development moves in concrete, better life today, because that's the best stabilizer for the peace. I think that connection should be a little bit more strengthened. And after all, with all due respect, Moldova finally got open negotiations with the European Union and Ukraine. It's kind of almost cynical. It's almost cynical. You need to be attacked or threatened by Russians to be attacked, and then you'll get the date of the beginning of negotiations, instead of getting support, concrete support on green transformation, economy transformation, digital transformation, health transformation, educational transformation, getting into it. And that's the way when I see Ivanov in here, I mean, what they did in Northern Macedonia, that's, I mean, they changed the name and they didn't get the date of the beginning of negotiations. They didn't get a date. I'll stop in here.
So thank you very much to the audience. It's 1 hour and a half. Okay, I can make an exclusion, but just for you.
Thank you much indeed. Very kind of you. Some very quick reactions with numbers on some of the notions our speakers shared with us today. I agree that we have a changed number of wars, changed nature of wars, changed participants, changed triggering reasons, and a trend in the disarmament processes. Changed number. Today we have 55 wars and armed conflicts going on in the world. 20 years ago we had 21. So in every year now, 10 to 15% increase. The second, in between 2001 and 2010, around 5 countries suffered from more than one armed conflicts on insurgency. Today, 15. It's a threefold increase. Wars became more complex. Traditional conflicts used to have 2 or 3 parties. Now, in the case of Syria, in the case of Afghanistan, in the case of Sudan, many others, we have 15 to 20 warring parties. Those who were involved in delivering humanitarian aid in Syria could tell the nightmare was how to make a deal lasting more than 2 hours, concluded with 17 different parties. Civil wars became more international. In 1991, only 4% of the civil wars involved significant foreign forces. Today, 48%, basically every second war. And the triggering reasons, as Agnes mentioned, more than half of the today's conflicts, which are mostly, by the way, in-country conflicts, not between countries, are related to the depletion of some kind of resources, natural resources or other resources. With the arms control regimes, and it's many thanks for the insight to David. In the early 90s and before, the whole arms control regime was built on the notion that there were 2 camps, 2 big powers, and the whole concept was to keep these 2 camps in more or less equilibrium, and the rest of the world was safe. Today, we still don't have how many policies we have. We haven't decided. The unipolar world is gone. The bipolar world, as it was before, Soviet Union or Russia versus US, is not the relevant one. The bipolar China versus US is still not in the mature state, but obviously there will be some 3, 4, 5 other major players, and we don't have any arrangement to include those countries into any kind of arms control regime. We have to work on it, and I think it would be one of the big tasks of the Summit of the Future to make arrangements for the future power sharing. And last but not least, I fully agree that regional arms control regimes have much bigger importance today than they had any time before, because the big powers influence, global influence, could keep conflicts under control even where there were no regional arms control regimes. Today, it is not the case. Today, the regional arms control regimes would have a much more significance, but in most cases, we don't have those arrangements. Thank you.
It was worse to make an exclusion, because we got 2 very important messages. The first is a question: how many poles do we have globally when we are speaking about the multipolar world? And the second is a message that I would think everybody would agree: the regional arms control treaties are much more possible today than the global ones. So I want to thank all the audience. I want to thank the panelists. It was really an excellent panel. And I will end up wrapping in two messages. Peace means development. And disarmament is a method to keep your country safe. I think these are very nice messages. Thank you very much to everybody.
And the third one is a